Hey guys, welcome to a new installment. Second installment. I don't even fucking remember anymore. It's 2025, y'all.
Woo. Happy New Year.
Happy belated New Year.
Woo.
We are back in the saddle. Unfortunately, due to weather, we're not going to do a normal game session. We are doing a throwing shades like we always do. We didn't have our end of the year discussion, so that is what we're doing. But next week we should be back at the table playing what we do best. So again, like and subscribe and all of the happy stuff. It does help out. It is an algorithm. We do need to have followers. It does help us out. We're going to be real for a second here. It's 2025. We get a lot of followers. We start getting money, and we don't have money. So, fucking amazing.
Lisa.
Can I have some money?
That's what every goddamn YouTuber is going to say to you, so I don't even care. That's why I say like and subscribe, because that's what helps.
Hold on, time out, Frank. And to be fair, we get money, it means we get better broadcasts.
We get better equipment, so yeah.
So, if you want to see the show get better,
We can start raffling things off.
Just subscribe, just click a button, and then YouTube pays us.
Who knows? You guys, being the subscribers and happy people that you are, could also get free stuff once we have monetary raffles and all that fun stuff.
I mean, it ain't wrong.
no, she ain't going.
I mean, look at goddamn Mr. Beast. Motherfucker has his own TV show throwing out millions of dollars.
He makes candy bars.
It don't matter. It don't goddamn. The guy has too much goddamn money to do anything. Anyway, fuck that. Yeah, listen, 2025, we're gonna start bashing on people. Yeah, no.
Just throwing shades, not throwing shade.
Yeah, right.
Throwing hands?
Look out!
That's just like bad, poor examples, guys. Don't put it that way. But we do want to get high up there. You know, a lot of people who do what we do like to mimic, you know, like Critical Role or High Rollers,
Dimension 20.
all that stuff, because these guys have financial backing. We do not. Let's be real for a second. We do not. We play out of a game store, and we have a deal set up. We pay X amount. Trust me.
Which, by the way,
Ain't a lot.
if you're in the area, make sure you go check out Gamevault.
Yeah, I mean, Gamevault's actually a pretty cool place. So do not, like, don't get any of that, like, crazed up or not, because it's not what we do.
Woo!
But we do like to have followers, because, you know, we're like anybody else who does this shit on YouTube. We want to get goddamn paid.
Join us.
We also like.
Let's be real.
Frank also likes getting dragged into D&D discussions. You can do it all day.
Mm-hmm. I'll literally quit my job if I knew that YouTube was paying me.
Listen,
And
you guys,
God
like
forbid,
we're not
I'll be
gonna
on here
start
all
podcasts.
day talking D&D shit, because, listen,
It's
I
his
got
favorite thing to do.
way too much experience with fucking playing D&D.
Walking Dungeons and Dragons Encyclopedia.
So, throwing shades, end of the year.
Woo!
Beginning of the year.
Beginning of the year. An end of the year episode for the beginning of the year. So, let's start this shit off like there.
There?
You know, what is something y'all want to see that hasn't happened yet?
You want to start that way or that way?
Me consistently rolling high numbers.
You rolling good numbers.
that's what I want to see.
I have a
That's
question.
what
No,
I
because that means Matthew Lillard has to be fucking present here to keep on goddamn bless.
For real, though. These
Again,
last couple of sessions, I've been like, thank you.
again, thank you, Matt, for blessing those dice for it.
Shit works,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah.
I haven't rolled those dice, and I've done it on purpose to maintain the power.
Maintain the power.
The power.
Motherfucker's a goddamn paladin or cleric, goddamn it. He's in real life. Like, listen, he blesses your dice.
He's already got the charisma.
He's a cleric.
You're goddamn solid.
I was just say he's got the charisma that here, but
Ooh, I want to go last. I'm like boggling around like fog.
I might go before you, Shy, because I'm also sitting here thinking.
Viking, what would you like to see?
I mean, I'm going to be taking back over as DM, so eventually.
What do you want to see?
What do you have in store for us, Viking?
Even if it changes something you have never thought of, what is something as you want to see?
You know what? I will touch base on this. Rejoining the table after everything that has happened to me physically. Like I said, I want to say I do appreciate you taking back over in my downtime. But coming back and being a part and having a former character come back and you guys saving him way ahead of schedule.
Y'all threw him at me. I was just doing my job.
That was probably one of the more awe-inspiring moments that I wanted to see happen. And not gonna lie, having played both sides now, you guys put a real big fucking smile on my face that night.
I would love to thank Pumkin for that, my goddess. Thank you. Thank you for that.
To be fair, this is after, this one has made you smile and pissed you off in this campaign.
Over the course
the
of like
last
3 sessions, too.
Yeah.
But you've grown so much, I'm proud of you. Like,
Yeah, yeah, you've managed to keep this character.
But I mean, honestly, like, what's something out of the box that you want to see? Whether it be something the players do, something you do that is going to shock and awe you that you didn't know you had.
It's gonna already happen twice.
I want to see Ryu's story come full circle. You personally have developed a very intriguing character, and I'm going to throw a little bit of criticism on this. You're not playing him to his full potential, and I think, you know, with all of us being haunt actors and stuff, you can go so much more in depth with this character than you are now.
Yeah, quit being all dark and broody.
You have an amazing backstory written for him. You have lore built around him from Fizzbins. I mean, you did your research on this character. I want to see him come to life fully.
I appreciate that, Viking, and I will accept the criticism.
I
will accept that.
There is so much more you can do with Ryu. And I know we haven't really shown you our first campaign, but from your characters in Henshin, Ryu's a completely different ballgame, dude, and I fucking love your character. He's got so much depth to him that I think you can bring him more to life.
I got a little something Frank and I've discussed, and I already know I haven't had the right time to use it yet, but there's something special that I'm going to be waiting for the right time to use. Frank and this is a player here to whenever you DM, I will explain it to you as well. That it's going to be involved, but Frank, there was a day. What was it? About 2 months ago. Frank, Aaron, and I were on the phone probably for about a good 3 hours, doing like character discussions and stuff, and some rule stuff that we all brought up that we needed to get cleaned up. But there's things I do want with the character. I do have planned. It's just a matter of when is the right moment to use it, and when is...
You don't want to do it too soon and make no sense. You want
Yeah.
to have the build-up.
Well, it's not just like the abilities and, you know...
Just your character in general, his personality. I want to see you act him more. That's what I'm not talking about what he can do physically. His personality, his story that you have for him. We all want to do, you know, in D&D, it's always a cliche kind of background, but you've taken cliche and made it truly unique.
Which
And
you know what's not obvious. I actually use those cliche backgrounds to make the story.
it's working. I want to see Ryu blossom more.
Quit having him be a dragon, baby.
I mean, okay, listen. It took how many sessions for Arian to fully play a paladin the way a paladin's supposed to be?
Yes, that's what I was going to touch base next
Yeah.
on. You finding your footing as a paladin. I mean, you've tried what, monk?
Yes. I was forced to do a monk, yes.
You were also...
I started out as a dragonborn who wasn't technically a dragonborn. She was a dragon.
Right.
So I started there. Then I was
That
with
was a
an Eladrin. It was an elf thing for our one shot that got nuked very quickly. Then we had the monk that also got nuked very quickly. And then I was
Made
like,
a very good meal for a kid, though. It's okay.
But
Still has the jar of toast.
Carmine wasn't a monk.
Carmine was the character.
Was she a monk? I thought
Yeah.
she was a
That
paladin.
was the character. No. She's playing a paladin now. Carmine was the one that I had Nevera use resources because she needed resources. And then she fed the cannibalistic zombie child her, bread.
Right.
But you, as he said, the whole Draco Lich, that infuriated me, and I had to go hard, and I think I may have gone a little excessive with what I created,
You think?
Just a bit.
but at the same time, before you took back over, all of you, I think that was the turning moment in this portion of the campaign. You guys finally came together as an actual party to take this on. So yes, was it overkill on my end? Absolutely. But I think you guys needed that.
He gives the bonk on the head to kind of
Work
work together.
together, and I'm player impressed. DM, I am so fucking proud of you guys for finally coming together and actually, especially you, like I said, you found your footing with the paladin.
Yeah.
You finally know what to do as a paladin, and you're doing it successfully.
the whole thing with Balverix and everything took us like 3 straight weeks, and I was like, hey Frank, I kind of want to do it like this, and then he was like, okay, well, we're going to see if you can actually do that, and if you want to do that, well, you could also do this, or you could do this, or you can do this, but if you do this, there ain't no going back. And I was like, no, we're going to full send it, because I know at this point, number 1, it's going to make a killer storyline. Number 2, I think I can do it. Number 3, if not, it's either going to be really good for us or really bad.
That was the literally
I'm
that,
just so anxious about it for
that
weeks.
conversation we all had on the phone between you two guys and me. When she said she wanted to reclaim this book and try to help Balverix out and help Grievous go back into the light, I was like, okay, you want a full send? Okay, this is the dire consequence. That if she failed that, 100%, if she would have failed that,
No.
she would have been locked as an
You
oath
would have
break,
been
and her
screwed.
blood would have awakened as straws.
Yeah.
That could have turned real south.
Like I said, this was a
and
whole-
and it came down to what, two lucky ass rolls.
Mm-hmm.
2 or 3. I forget what it was.
It was fair.
2.
It was down to 2 rolls. It was down to 2 lucky ass rolls when you
No.
built back up.
Well, I also really liked at this point that I was kind of like, okay, well, this is what he's done last week, but it doesn't really make sense for him for calls to be responded to. But if we're gonna be playing calls, let's see what I can do with that. So I was like, okay. I was like, I got 3 on deck that I found that helped specifically with my person. I'm gonna call on them and see what happens, and it worked. And I was like, yes. That was the main thing. Is I was like, okay, what can I do research-wise that's gonna make sense for this character, but also what's going to help me out? Because I was like, save me, please.
See, that's a lot of things too, because that's how you can determine if a DM is good for you. Because a DM wants you to succeed, and wants you to be in that story for as long as humanly possible. You don't want to be the toxic DM and if those who haven't do it, check out D&D Shorts because he has the list and he does a video on like the 7 toxic DMs.
Yep.
And how they're supposed to be played to wash that out, to find the right DM for you guys. And it's not like that's the thing. Like I'm not purposely trying to kill you guys. I mean, what he gave me as your like punishment for killing his fucking big bad. Listen, I just fucking played it out. Goddammit. I added some shit.
I was gonna say you added and you changed some shit because.
Okay, listen, because the original one, and trust me, it was hell trying to talk to John while he was intoxicated.
Not intoxicated. I was. So, to catch you all up who actually watched this, I had some medical issues and ended up needing emergency surgery. And following that, I had some complications after the surgery, which caused my recovery time even longer. The man over here decides to call me while I'm in the hospital on morphine, ketamine, and some other painkiller. So I'm not in any pain. I'm on cloud 9, and
Frank just pops up in a cloud like, hey, bro.
Pretty much.
Dude, to be honest, I don't even remember our conversations.
Oh, I was gonna say.
It's not even that. Hold on, because literally, I have still the file that he sent me, and it's half complete. Okay, he has the spire. Okay, now remind you guys, it was not supposed to be a temple. It was supposed to be a spire.
Yeah.
Meaning you guys are supposed to be on the staircase battling these hordes of undead, crawling up the spire, crawling up the stairs,
Oh.
with the shockwave going at you.
Yeah, trying to do all that while
being confined in a little space. I was like, no.
well, not even that. Trying to create something for him to have, and me being blitzed out of my mind, blissfully blitzed out of my mind on paper.
Medically.
Was.
Here's all these ideas. Come together.
Yeah.
Pretty much, and it was kind of like, okay, hey, now
It's like you put a squirrel in a room, script from Ice Age.
Yep.
That's how my brain was.
Viking,
scratch,
to be,
okay.
Yeah, scrap.
I was gonna say, you were still feeling the effects when we all came and visited you at different points in time. I mean, this was like a couple days after the fact.
Yeah.
But because I'm gonna throw you under the bus here, Frank, for that. Is Frank let me see the notes because, as we all know, you, Frank, and myself have been the 3 DMs we've had here since we started this campaign.
Send me, can you make sense of this, please?
That was literally it. It was, hey Tim, I want you to come over and I want you to take a look at this. Can you wrap your head around what he's got going on? And so, between what you said and on Cloud fucking 9, and between me and Frank trying to read the chicken scratch, and you going, okay.
Listen, to make you feel
There's
better,
something missing here.
when me and Liz went to visit him, and I work in a restaurant, so I was like, would you like food?
I remember
He
this.
said yes. He sent me words that were like, instead of cheeseburger, he wanted a cheeseburger, and I want cheese, and I want this, and he like, instead of it just being a normal sentence, I'm like,
But
Okay, hold on. I have it. Okay, listen. It doesn't even go to stage 1. It goes straight to stage 2. and phylactery. That's it. Once players defeat the first wave of undead, I didn't know there was a wave to begin with because there's no stage 1.
by the way,
Okay?
I'm dead.
Or make a significant progress up the spire. The phylactery goes into a phase shift, and players must face up additional mental and physical challenges while dealing under the layer's deadly influence. Phase shift triggered at halfway point of battle. Don't know that because the battle never fucking started because there's no phase 1 to start it off. Hold on.
He doesn't powder, I just want the stick.
Every player within 60 feet must make a DC 17 Charisma saving throw on a failure, or they are pulled into his corrupted memories for 1 round, incapacitated, taking 66 psychic damage. Cool. On a success, they take 30d6, half damage. Cool. Whatever. That's fine. Or despair. Players within 60 feet of the phylactery have disadvantage on all saving throws. Okay, cool. Undead Wyvern rises. Doesn't even say when the fucking happens, it just fucking happens.
It happened?
Here, Skeletal Dragon, CRA, animates from a bone pile at the base of the spire. It has a flying speed,
The other
a
thing
bite,
is, autocorrect was my friend.
a bite, a tail attack, and a necrotic breath weapon. The Wyvern focuses on disrupting the party's casters and range fighters and swooping in and out of melee. Undead Dragon stat block, HP, 150, AC, 17, necrotic breath, 30-foot cone, DC 16, Constitution save, 10d8. No tail attack, no fly speed, no bite attack with any pluses attached to nothing. That's okay. Then it goes straight into stage 3. There is no stat block for this dragon other than his HP, his AC, and his fucking breath weapon. There is nothing else.
Hold on, Frank.
So it's safe to say that the
Hold on.
tail attack is the same way I already earlier explained off camera how I hit. Really hard, but like a pillow.
Yeah, hold on. Alright, then let me tell you guys how this conversation went down. So, Frank has the ability to cast stuff from his phone to the TV. So we're looking at it. I said, hey Frank, can you scroll to stage 1? He goes, there isn't one.
Okay, here. No thing. After Phylactery is destroyed, the Dark Avatar of Orax comes out. Okay? Now mind you, see that? There's a fucking gap. All it has, AC, HP, and it's fucking breath weapon.
You said
That's
all.
it, guys.
I'm not gonna
That
lie.
was it. There is nothing else into this. Okay?
Hold on,
Shit,
it's
you
missing
not.
half
I
of
had
stage
to
3.
think. Exactly. So here's my dilemma because now I have no idea.
Literally, Frank and I threw every fucking book that we own.
Like
I
I
was
was
there for
shit.
what?
Like I have no idea.
So I can come up with something, but it's half-cocked when I'm fucking high on painkillers. Medically induced high. I'm sorry.
And honestly, since this is like throwing shade, you know,
He threw shade at your ass.
you wanted to see, you want to see like Ryu and Amari how they flourish so well into it. Now they want to take, you want them to take more responsibility for their character development and stuff like that, which is perfect because I want the shit too. I've been trying forever.
Hold on.
I've been trying since the fucking first world to get her to act like a goddamn paladin.
Frank, and can I interject real quick? I think the turning point was when you made her an Oathbreaker and pissed her off that day because of the whole shield ordeal. Let's be fair. She started playing a paladin and like
Oh, listen, I argued that with John for a long fucking time for that.
It's okay.
the three of us had I can go back through our whole conversation arguing about that. It's 9 hours long.
But still, I mean,
That thing still makes me mad.
to see that about that and to have her, come into like found your footing of what a paladin's supposed to do and how it's supposed to act, like getting in tune and touch base with your character. That's why I stress so much for you guys to look over your character sheet all the fucking time. Like when you're laying down in bed, just read over it real quick. Make sure nothing new popped up that you didn't see when you leveled up. Like there's a lot of fucking shit.
Like when I
That
learned
can
about
happen.
sharpshooter, and I forgot I had that. And what
Yeah.
You and I both forgot we had sharpshooter.
Well, there's a lot of that. Like even the same with Great Weapon Master.
Oh.
You can do the exact same thing of sharpshooter. You can take 10 off your hit and do an extra 10 damage on your melee.
Take off 5.
5 to 210.
And there's listen, I'll put it to you here because the table. I'm gonna do a pop quiz
Oh god.
to know if you actually paid attention to your characters. Now, here's a good one. Here's a good test right now. You all claimed your characters, right? Have you all seen your characters?
I've glanced over it. It's not done. I will be the first one to say I've
Okay,
got the
who did you pick up again?
I got the 2 scimitars.
Okay, what is an ability he has that's really useful?
I'll be honest, Frank. I have not read over the whole thing.
Horde Breaker, which gives you the ability to attack any enemy within 5 feet of you as an action. You get 1 free attack on everybody within 5 feet of you. It's called Horde Breaker. And the other ranger has it too. Meaning you drop them off. This is why, like I did, because this is how I remembered it. Is me, when I was playing Grievous back then, I had wings at one point in time. I picked up the ranger and dropped them in the middle. Same with same with a fighter. Okay, same, the one that Liz picked up. They have the ability of Horde Breaker.
Alright.
Meaning they can easily, you can drop them off, and on their turn, they get hit on any enemy within 5 feet of them.
Cool.
It's called Breaking the Horde. I believe you might not have Horde Breaker, you might have Colossal Slayer, which any enemy
That
that's
one I do remember.
bigger than you,
Me, I get a...
bigger than you do extra damage to.
Yeah, I do an extra D8.
There is a lot of stuff in those characters that you guys don't know because, honestly, to be fair, they are under the new rules.
I was going to say, looking through, they're playing under the new...
They're playing on the 1D&D rules.
Yeah, they're in the new...
They're in the new...
Which, by the way, beautiful artwork in this book.
100%.
If you guys haven't had a chance to look at it yet, beautiful
Because
artwork and everything.
those characters were modeled after 3.5. And in 3.5, you don't have multi-shot. You don't have whirlwind attack. You have to find what's a good replacement for it.
Wasn't AC something different too?
No.
No, I just had a higher cap.
Yeah, and a higher cap. To where you're talking about like advanced D&D and run D&D, which had THATCO.
That's what I'm thinking of.
Which is an acronym which means to hit AC 0. Meaning the lower the number, the higher the AC you have. It worked backwards. So everybody had an AC of 20. In that range of 20, like 15 to 20, it means if you roll that high number or hit that, you're going to hit the person. But you wanted to have a lower AC, so the AC actually subtracted off of your main total, having armor, which brought it down to a lower number. Made it higher, made it more impossible to roll 1s and 0s and 2s to hit an AC, because that was the equivalent of hitting a 19 or a 20 AC. To have a 0 AC made you virtually invincible, because you're having like a 21 AC, which is hard to do. That's what that is. So to go back on that with, you know, how what you were saying with that and how you wanted to see that, what I want to see, even from player to DM, is to you come in full flourishing of a DM. Right now, you're in that borderline, because literally I just watched that goddamn episode of D&D Shorts with the toxic DMs. You're borderlining on one.
Yeah.
By following a story and following it to your story, not the development of others.
Like we can stick a stop sign with the white
Is-
just be optional.
To have your plan, have your notes on when you're doing it, like have your planner of what needs to happen, and then take it and throw it away, because the players are not going to know that.
I think
Make the plan, execute the plan, and expect the plan to go off the rails, throw away the plan.
I think the issue is that it was what you and I talked about before I took over, and trying to get you guys there.
Well, yes, but I also think it was a rush job. I thought, to me, and honestly, and this is the criticism that I'm going to give you, I felt that you were trying to, you set too high of a goal for yourself being a new DM.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that.
I think that's the big problem that you were there. You set the bar way too high for yourself to do, and with not the experience to achieve that. That's what put that barrier up there to where it was like, hey, this is what needs to happen.
Can I throw something else out there, Frank? I think for like storyline purposes, there's certain things that we should have just sped past that we ended up spending a whole session on
I mean, true. As
Like,
players,
Honestly, we
get
didn't even
intrigued
spend
on
3 sessions traveling. That could have, we could have sped that up. I think
Like,
what Timber was going.
Yeah, like, okay, if we're gonna do encounters, what is it? We have the chart, or we roll it each. We take turns around the table.
Not even that. Like you can go. There are so many things on the internet that you could find for encounters. And it's not just like, okay, if you roll a certain number, an enemy pops up. No, it could be a change of weather. You lose a day of travel, or you gain a day of travel because something good happened.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Knowing when to prolong the session and knowing when to go with sake of brevity, I think that you're having a hard time getting there.
And I'm not gonna say I'm perfect.
Again,
at
there
either.
are 3 DMs here, me being the experience, and then you guys. I'm on the road at work. You guys can call me at any given point in time when you have questions. I am up literally every fucking day at any given point in time until like 2 o'clock in the morning. Fucking just give me a ring.
I
Hey,
will say,
I'm thinking about this. I want to run it past you. You don't have to tell me the details.
Yeah.
Give me the cookie cutter and say, hey, do you think that's cool?
I will
Or
say,
what do you need
when
to
it
do?
comes to things, I don't know if it's because of when we for our campaign on cameras. What was it with Acer? We had the tomb.
Yeah.
When we missed things. I also know sometimes, you want to speak with NPCs. You don't know, this one has nothing, this one has something, that
Right.
one could have a boon. You search this place, you could find something. Something beneficial. This one has nothing at all, even if it looks like there's a bunch of places that can have something.
That's
it's
a
always
thing.
a curio.
That's the thing too that every DM has to have ready for. That
Sorry.
that
The
you
binder.
have to expect whether or not something like that's going to happen. As a DM, you need to know. Okay, hey, you're gonna talk to a random fucking NPC. Okay, cool. Do I have anything for it? No.
You always pull those out of your good anyway.
You're right, because I've perfected the art of flying off the seat of my pants.
You could literally just pull some person out of your head. He's a homely man, no hair, long Fu Manchu, and he talks with a guttural voice. Has no teeth, but he has a boon for you, or nothing at all.
Biggest example is when Timber was doing his one-shot or not his one-shot, when he was starting his campaign for Vulcan Adventures and doing the session 0 in that room with your players, and me in the background just reading that book going, what the fuck can I do with this? And then having 2 or 3 players not know anything about D&D to know, I don't even know what character to pick.
And here's the other thing, Frank, if you want to, I'm going to throw this out there. I had done my research. How many times did I make phone calls to you that week?
A lot.
Session 0, I had no idea what to do. Ooh, I'm like, Frank, can you spin in one of your tales to get this started? Frank looked at my book, literally the starting 3 pages, read them over, took, maybe 5 minutes, if that,
Something like that.
and instantly spun the tale, bringing each character into the session, and gave me the starting block I needed, because I didn't know where to go with it.
You had a writer's or a DM block, and you
No,
had, like,
it's
a
not.
block.
It's not just that.
It wasn't
but like,
just that,
The
but it's a
book,
very
the like any book from D&D, any module book that's there, whether it be the Tomb of Annihilation, whether it be Realm of the Frostmaiden, it has so many different starting points that you can start the players at. It gives you like 10. Where to start off, that's the hard part to do, because you have to get the ball rolling. How do you get the ball rolling? You can do the normal thing of, okay, hey, you guys are all in a goddamn tavern, shit hits the fan, now you guys are together duking it out. Okay. Or, you all had met previously before doing other missions with each other as adventurers in guilds. Now you guys all disbanded, and now something brought you guys all back together for the exact same job. Like, that's cookie cutter. That's stereotype. D&D. Y'all meet in a bar.
And I don't think we did a cookie cutter or
No.
one with mine. I think you spun a tale that.
I hit everybody with their, like, I just looked and goes, hey, well, I need to know your background, where you're from, where they're. Okay, cool, go.
And it literally, Frank.
And nobody had their backgrounds ready because it was literally session 0, and I was like, okay, this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna give you a basis, and you go from there.
And people wrote it down. That was the crazy part.
And it wasn't like there, because there was countless other times too that during that radio show, Timber would call me on the radio show and be like, hey, Frank.
Well, no, I have the recordings too. There may be that might be a little like side quest series I did. It was just like letting you guys hear some of that because it was one of those things I did, and I was like, "Hey, holy crap!" And I made a whole big thing out of it, and the guys got excited for it because there are times in the Viking. I'm sure you've ran into this as well, whether it was planning or during session. Yeah, just had to look over and go, hey, Frank, this is what's going on. Here's what I'm trying to do. Help.
I was listening to the show. I wasn't playing D&D at that point.
Oh, no.
I was
didn't know.
just listening. And I was like, how long is it going to take these little kids to get down a hole? What is this?
Okay, to be fair, it has taken you guys like 3 hours to open the door.
I wasn't there.
Okay?
I wasn't there.
Annihilation. To Annihilation.
I wasn't
the
there.
Forge room.
The
Don't look at
door
me.
that talked.
Yes.
Yes.
The Forge room where you had the chalk and nobody could figure that shit out. You guys were 3 hours in and couldn't fuck. A whole session was trying to open a goddamn door.
During
But
COVID.
I didn't do
Okay.
anything. So don't
And then
look at me.
prior to that, to a different campaign with different players. It took 7 hours.
You're talking about the lever.
It took 7 hours to open a door.
I remember that.
7.
That's crazy.
Long fucking hours because I had to set up to do a 12-hour session. And these guys took 7 hours to try to figure out how to open a fucking door.
I was there for that.
This is prior to being shy playing.
This is before any of you.
This was like Lance and Matt Turner.
Frank.
Jesus.
Frank.
Justin.
Frank and I were working at Applebee's together, and he was talking about it. And I was like, I've always had an interest in learning how to play D&D. It's something which took him by surprise because he didn't expect that out of me.
Then you find out Viking.
Okay, no, honestly, bullshit. If you'd have knew his ass back then, he did not have the beard, he did not have long hair.
Completely different.
Fresh boot cut guy straight out of the
You've
army.
seen pictures of him without the beard or anything.
Straight out of the military, dude. Straight out of the fucking
No, I
military.
take that back because I remember Viking came and played basketball with us the one day.
I have never seen Viking not look like Viking. So
I
can't
know.
say
No, listen,
anything.
I have that picture. I have that video somewhere.
Which video?
Somewhere in Applebee's of like all of us dancing
Yeah.
on the line with Jared and Casey and flights and all that shit. And me and John working in the middle. And he's just doing this out what everybody else is. Doing this shit, like literally everybody, even fucking like Lance and fucking Jared and Casey and Stonebreaker and shit like that. Here's John in the middle. Just that's it. That's it. Trust me. And if I would freeze frame that video, and put that next to him, you'd be like, "Who the fuck is that guy?"
Yeah, completely different.
Now that I think about it, I
But
do
if
remember
I-
Viking before that.
But going back, coming back into the show here. There's that, and there's my piece. Now we got the 3 here.
Okay, I was going to say something after that.
Go ahead, babe. Go ahead.
What's one thing I know about my character?
No, it's one thing you want to see.
See going forward.
Well,
Going
you
see.
weren't done yet. You were still saying about the characters, weren't you? And then we veered off.
Yeah, we kind of.
We
That's what I was waiting
are
to
Well,
hard,
okay.
right?
Okay, well, that was my piece of criticism, and what I wanted to see was you flourish. That's what I want
You
to
were
see.
seeing the good and the bad about
going
them.
into this.
They're just like,
I will get with you for a second, and I will express that what you and I talked about for the future,
Yeah.
with what my fucking passion.
Okay.
I think I've learned a lot in these past few months, and what I have planned for the future, and what you and I have talked about, is probably going to be inspiring.
Here, okay. To give an insight on this. On D&D Beyond, when you log in, it tells you that it has a new module out, which is Lord of the Rings inspired.
Yep.
So excited.
Okay, I talked to John about it. John has seen it, and it might be bought within this week or next week.
Yes.
Maybe. To where I don't even want to do Spelljammer right after the light. I want him to go straight into Lord of the Rings.
Yes. Sorry.
And
Giant
I've-
nerd. Sorry.
we don't have it yet, but I've been looking into it.
I know.
The story, where the story takes place, is in between the events of The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. So you have 60 to 75 years in between. He already knows the premise of this, and I am deep diving further into the lore of Lord of the Rings than I think that they expected to come from this book.
Speaking of the fucking shit too, the title of this thing being played right now is The Fellowship Reunites.
I actually want to announce the title right now.
Okay.
The title of the campaign is going to be The Broken Era.
Okay.
That is all you're going to get for it.
We get a nugget, but it's okay. I like
But
Spoiler.
But I think you guys can collectively piece together what this entails.
Sorry.
I have no idea.
That is
Let's
okay.
say he's keeping you in the dark on this one too.
No, like even that, I can't even wrap my head around. I'm not that deep into Lord of the Rings and the lore.
Okay.
To even guess what the Broken Arrow means.
You also have to understand a lot of my knowledge comes from specifically the movies and then a lot of LOTR based content creators on like TikTok and YouTube and things like that. I have not actually ever read the books other than The Hobbit because we were required to read it in school. So
That's awesome.
Yes, we read it as a class. I think I was in 8th grade. They made us watch the really old cartoon.
The
Like-
1984 or the 76, 78?
Yes. The older generation cartoon for it, and then we actually read it and discussed it, had tests on it, the whole shebang. So I know a lot about The Hobbit specifically, but I've never read the books. I've seen pieces of them. I know where things deviate to a degree because of content that I've consumed for Lord of the Rings, because I really, really, really enjoyed the movies. Everything about them is gorgeous. It's almost always well thought out. There's almost always a reason behind everything. I would love to go see Weta Workshop. That place, ooh. So
I'm going to, we've caught out a lot of content creators in the opening. Nerd of the Ring. His YouTube channel is packed full of history. We're talking about stuff pre-Lord of the Rings, pre-Hobbit, even the Silmarillion. We're talking about the rough drafts that J.R.R. Tolkien wrote that actually became the Silmarillion, the Untold Tales of Middle-earth, Volumes 1 and 2, The Hobbit, The Lord of the Rings, all of those. He covers a great deal of Middle-earth lore. It breaks down even the most unassuming characters, the ones that have real no pertinent to the story, but you find out that their involvement with the whole world itself is larger than you actually expect.
yeah.
So honestly, if you guys love Lord of the Rings, love Middle Earth, and anything by J.R.R. Tolkien, highly suggest check out Nerd of the Ring on YouTube.
I mean, honestly, to tell the truth, I think that might be a better campaign to go into, other than like instead of Spelljammer right in the game.
So Ixnay and then make new characters and restart.
Oh no, we're
No.
gonna say that.
No, we'll save it.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking because see,
there's like three different
here's
campaigns
the
we're
thing.
playing.
It's not the fact like it's the story from this campaign is going to blur into Spelljammer by default because it's what's going to happen. The end of that campaign sparks the beginning of Spelljammer, and it's the sequel to it. It's do you guys really want to jump into that
I think
right
that's
away, or take that break and do something nobody's done?
The reason
Because honestly, there's going to be new rule sets. There's going to be different.
From
Magic isn't going to be like high in there.
From what I understand, is that there is no level 20 cap. The cap level is 10.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
The reason being is that when they created this, now it's up to the DM's discretion if they want to go higher levels. There is, from, if I'm correct on this, and don't hold me 100% at all, but they do have little sidebars for the DMs to take it to a higher level, but they didn't want the players to become godlike like you do in
D&D.
normal D&D.
That's fair.
They've also overhauled the traveling system in this game because Middle Earth is massive. It took them journeying from the Shire to Mordor to destroy the ring 3 years in total. It took only Hobbit, Bilbo, and the dwarves to get to the Lonely Mountain in 3 months. So they've completely overhauled that. They've overhauled the magic system, so there's no high spell casting or anything like that. Some spells will exist. This was produced in line with the Tolkien estate. So the Tolkien estate had a very apt hand in making it, but it's all Wizards of the Coast. Classes are overhauled. They're no longer considered classes, but life choices, right?
Well, under the thing, it does say that there are like 12 races and 12 classes that they from.
But they're not called classes.
Now we.
Yep. Frank's gonna look it up.
And then you have, or it's 6 classes, 12 subclasses. Permanent NPCs you will meet: Galadriel, Elrond, Gandalf.
Anyone who would actually be
in
alive
life
to
will
make that
be
make
in
sense.
this
Gotcha.
in this that you have the chance of meeting.
Super out.
Every location within Middle Earth is accessible
Oh, cool.
within the Second Era,
Got
because
it.
that's when it takes place, is the Second Era, because the construction of the ring begins the Third Era, the Era of Man.
So,
That's it.
Monster Manual is on pre-order right now.
Not surprised.
The new DM screen is on pre-order right now because they did revamp it. You have the Griffin's Saddlebag Part 2 and the Lord of the Rings roleplay. So bringing it up at the moment, right now on D&D Beyond, you can get it for $39.99.
Nice.
Lord of the Rings role-playing adapts the rules of 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons into a new immersive experience based on the works of J.R.R. Tolkien. This beautifully illustrated volume contains 240 pages of everything you need to create exciting adventures, including 6 original heroic cultures, 6 new classes or callings in the Lord of the Rings role-playing, a host of terrifying adversaries, and a comprehensive rules for adventuring, all designed to bring the rich world and subtle magic of Middle-earth to life. 5th edition, there are 12, so the prenaps of this, 6 classes, 12 subclasses, 14 species options, 42 feats for levels 1 through 10, and it has 14 maps in the book,
Nice.
25 monsters, and 10 plus magic items, plus a starting adventure. You have roles, so your callings. Some are on here. So there is the captain, the champion, the messenger. The fuck are they want me to go? And the scholar? Yeah. Scholar. Those are the callings right now of what it is. So travel across the land with the rules for journeys that meet personalities of Middle Earth and the system for councils. Evoke the spirit of Middle Earth. The volume offers thorough advice for the game master, lore master, on how to bring Middle Earth to life. Famous personalities. Find in-depth information on 6 patrons. Individuals sponsoring the adventure in your company, including Bilbo Baggins and Gandalf the Grey. So there's a lot of shit in here.
Figured.
That's just looking at it through D&D Beyond and me reading it word for word.
I'm looking forward to a couple other crews that are.
That's a big thing that we're gonna have to talk about. Is after this campaign, you guys want to run into Spelljammer and
Or-
continue that story and because we're fresh in the minds of all that, but you're playing different characters, so it's totally different. Or whitewash it all to where you guys are playing different characters, so you're not going to have this full information, but the players are going to know all that information. And it's going to be hard to juggle that. So just take a break and decompress by playing something totally different. I'm down for that version.
Well, here's what I think is a good idea. It gives us a pivot from our normal content, so it gives us more of a chance before we launch into Spelljammer, which is going to be another big endeavor. It gives us a potential break for however long it is that this does take us. It gives everybody a little bit more time to refine how their play styles are, especially because we do have 2 newer players, and we still don't know where we're going to be at by the end of this one, depending on how long the rest of this one takes us. And we might just be like, hey, listen, we need to decompress after all of that. Especially because we just kind of we're in the middle kind of right now of a big length of our campaign. We did just have a bunch of big changes that happened. So it's one of those things where it's like, okay, when can we calm down? Because so far it's just been escalation, 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 keep going. So it's going to be one of those things where maybe if we take a step back for a minute, we can be like, okay, we can get us ready to start something else by working on what we've got in the meantime.
That's
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the last 3 months kind of got thrown off schedule. Well, because Frank, you and I kind of got thrown in the fire, or because Viking, you had to take a little bit of leave. So, but to be fair, I think it helped with the storyline, especially doing my dungeon crawl, train crawl, dungeon crawl, same thing. And you guys got a bunch of new stuff out of that. And a new ally. Frank who took over after my third or fourth session. Frank took over, and I'm like, well, here's where the train gets derailed. No, Frank just blew it apart because of Grievous.
I didn't. I based off the choices that the players made.
And again, going back to that conversation, but I'm with Arian on this one, and because it's been solve the problem of one world, take a long rest at the tower, jump right into the next one. Here we go again.
Well, even just that, with going from Curse of Shadows to what we're doing now, is like there was no gap. It was we're done with this. We're launching straight into the next thing because that's how it was set up to be. It was the second leg of the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of those things we haven't really had a rest stop in
not
the
really.
interim in that manner.
I mean, you got to look at it this way too, because I mean, this is the big thing that John started to intervene and started using, which is why I like, you know, to see that flourish and come in as a DM, to start to play with people's personality traits and background choices, to target you guys, to seeing party members die, being part, you know, going back to where, you know, you, one of the few, you know, last members of that Curse of Shadows, of Strahd's campaign, who's been in through most of it. Most of it. You know, before Mari came in.
Mm-hmm.
All just all that stuff. Like that's
Like there's a lot of story arc that goes back to that beginning part because
but we never had time.
yeah,
Like Aaron was saying, we didn't have time because it was shoot. We never there wasn't
sit, decompress,
there
and
wasn't
party
a
time.
full delve into where your character broke down. I think that's what John was like kind of like leading up to. You have so much in depth in this character that hasn't shown its face yet. You know, how bad are these demons rolling within Ryu right now to where, you know, you had multiple party members within Curse of Shadow with Strahd who died in front of you multiple times. I mean, hell, it wasn't Yerrick, but it was the character you played before Yerrick.
Zior?
Got his head cut off. Ripped off by the werewolf.
mm-hmm.
Or Carmine with Strahd rushing through, or, you know, how many other times during the dinner did Strahd kill another party member?
Or you have these new.
That was before or Ryu though.
You have these new party members coming in though, and you're like, hey, you can join us. We can do this. You can help us with this, and then just watch them die.
It's almost kind of like SAO. How Kirita was in a group, and then he watched his whole group die because he didn't spot the trap, and he was so leery of getting into another guild.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Like that hasn't happened yet. That should trigger some time. And that goes with what John was saying about having your character.
That's
There's
why
so much deep ass
with-
fucking lore in it.
with Lucy and Ryu having witnessed so much death and destruction, we guys have you making those wisdom saving throws now. Because it's at some point you're going to snap.
I was gonna say, Ryu is this close.
And
Well, it's not just that, but during game sessions, there's never been a time to where, you know, you're just
By yourself in a room or something.
right, or you know, Ryu walks off because this shit is so heavily weighing on him that, you know, there's this little cutscene that pops off of Ryu by himself, crying or punching a wall or hurting himself, whatever.
Grieving in any manner.
Right. There's not that
Thaumaturgy going on.
because a paladin would fucking check that shit out like it's nothing.
So,
You know, even you know, the mage with Kalon and all the shit he's been through. I mean, there's been times that he's walking off, and you saw the outburst with him. I mean, he outburst with Lucy. And threw that dome up to find out who he truly was, because he was battling demons with himself, and I was just, it wasn't that, it was just I was waiting for certain moments to pop off, but those moments weren't coming, so I had to make those own moments trying to do it. You know, that's what Kalon did for him. That's what Kalon did for fucking Amari. We, you know, letting him know who he was. Or, what? No, it was Sat. Not Kalon, it was Sat. That did that. With Belverix and coming in because he felt that Amari was not being a paladin. So, same thing. There's going to be times where we as players know this, but we're going to help we're going to help each other out in getting that story to come out.
now, taking that, I want to circle
Back around to where we were.
back to around where we were.
Yeah. What?
With Lucy. I love Lucy. And
TV
We
show?
love
Or
Lucy too.
Your character, I'm finding her, she's thrown in this situation, but now, even though she's an adult, she's kind of experiencing childhood. And we do see that in glimpses. And I think that's something you could play more on. She didn't have a childhood, and now that she's, she still has a shadow weighing over her, but it's more to the back of her mind. Bring out some more of that childish.
Oh, trust me. Like I said, when it comes to the downtime stuff, she's more so when
We gotta.
there's, as she said, escalation, run, gun, run.
We
gun,
need to
run,
stop
gun.
trauma dumping
It
on her
is-
first.
Listen,
Bring her
There's-
down.
like,
more rat mocktails.
listen, she still has that last Pez. And it has the top hat and the monocle. But, there's a lot of things that she says that seems like it's a story in itself. Like, when she first met, the cat. She may have said one thing, and then she kind of changed the story a little bit. It's like, what's the real reason she just picked up an innocent cat? And just like, you know what? I'm gonna have you a child then. It was that, but she didn't want to admit that. She was always the stay stoic. Watch your back. Watch your six. Shoot this. If you have to, you interrogate something. Make sure you twist the blade a little bit more to get something out of someone. Make sure they scream before you scream. If you have to hide efficiently. If you can't hide enough, you make sure they go down before you go down. If they take you, she's been through so much torture, so much trauma. Are they going to catch me again? So either she has to know to hide or hide the fear. If the fear isn't hidden enough, they're going to know. She doesn't have enough time to be a child. So when she's by herself, she doesn't really have that time to herself right now. It's always been run and gun, torture this person, do this. Then her dad's like promoting violence, and she's just like, okay, I can see that for a second. But other than that, she's never really had time to herself. She's had times when she was by herself that she's either protected someone, and it will be delved more into if she ever actually gets to talk about it. She's actually trusted someone before to hide, and they actually gave her away. Kind of like a snitch, in a way. So she doesn't know who to trust. That's why she's still weary on them. Like, are they actually being nice to me? Are they going to turn me in if, like, the tables get turned so hard that, are they going to be like, alright, take her. This is what you actually want. Let us go. We're not going to die. I'll die for one person. Like, are they going to keep me here? But then she got to know, as you see her protective of Kalan, because she also knows who he is, the essence of that, she had Satori. But it's more of like, he's strong and everything, but she feels like she has to protect him. But at the same time, he's protecting her. She's getting, as she showed her colors with Mari, she, like, the words that she gave you, the very last ones where she just, like, pushed everything out, her voice isn't her own. It's I got top deadpan. Knowing, people are going to feel more interrogated by this than my actual voice. I sound more feminine and everything. No one's going to take that if I sound deadpan or serious. That's why she talks like that. It's because what she's learned by being by herself, she has no emotion, but every so often her voice flips. She's slowly getting accustomed. So that's where also that's starting to come hand in hand. She doesn't know where to go. So it's like it's almost like playing with a Rubik's Cube, but not like the square ones, like the more complex ones. She's trying to figure it out, and then she's trying to piece it all back together.
We still didn't even see the aftermath of when you struck him.
Oh.
She's still hurting about that. Every so often he says
We haven't
that.
seen that yet.
Like,
Now,
it
I'm
like
waiting
breaks
for
her
the
on the
fallout with
inside.
that.
Well,
You guys bring up my
like,
character's
he's
emotions?
like, oh, you know what, you just don't worry, you did this to me. And she's like, but I didn't even know I did that, and you jumped in front of me, and then that happened, and I wasn't even awake, and then...
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's gonna have to happen after we're done with everything else, because as I said, like, it's been situation after situation after situation, so we gotta wait.
Here's my question. I know Frank's gonna finish this portion out while I'm at 99%.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys want a world of downtime?
I think
Let's do this. Like, because of this, what's happening now, and playing the. Here's my thought process, and I'll explain this of why this is going down. Because all you guys entered Last Stand, in my eyes as a DM, that was a TPK.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna treat it like a TPK because I had 2 worlds that I didn't know where to go to. I didn't know how to throw it in. Now I can. So after this book, it is a death world. So a lot of shit is gonna go into the mix. A lot. It is the death realm. Mainly, too, you're going to come across and spend a good chunk of time in the Fortress of Memories, which is the Raven Queen's home. So there are going to be memories, and we can make this the down world.
Okay.
To where you guys will see certain memories that will trigger certain things within your characters. I just need to know that. Me as a DM, I'll make this known before we start session next week. I mostly know you guys' stuff. I don't know.
I have his entire backstory written out, so give me the stuff, dude.
It's not the backstory. I want a very haunting memory.
Okay.
Okay. And
I already know what you're going to do with me.
I already know that. I already know how to deal with you 3. That's easy enough.
Thanks, Dad.
But to get all that to trigger that could be the down world that we need for everybody to come out, or at least start it. At least start it. We don't have to hit everybody, as long as we can start it. Cool. Because after that one, after that death world, I want you to just take back over, do like 3 or 4 worlds, and then we're gonna go right to the end.
Why don't we just do 2?
You just want to do 2?
I mean, we're technically covering 3.
He's not
We
wrong.
still have the 2 books to go through as well.
I know.
We still have the 2 books, and we have my iDomain to go back to.
We haven't gone back to
Well, no,
Barovia either.
we're going back to Exandria at the end. So either which way, that's the last
I know. Oh, but I'm just saying.
world. That's the end game, and I know that world is going to be sessions in its own
Yeah, that's all.
because it's going back to what happened in the aftermath of everything
Back home.
from the prior campaign. And when we all discussed this, when me and John all discussed this, and even with you, 27 years have passed.
Which will be an eye-opener for Zarkon, because I believe he left before the devastation happened.
27 years have passed when we go back to Exandria. 27 long-ass years under the reign of Grievous, who's taken over the Ivory Valor. Now, that's going to change a good chunk because of what Amari did.
Now that we have, they're looking for Zar. You have you have Rue, and you have
But we have to make sure that
Tumblers.
we incorporate in somewhere along, because I'm not saying it's scripted. I'm not saying that this is scripted, but there are certain key elements that need to exist
There are certain points that are...
to bring back Seth.
Mm-hmm.
You have 2 of them. You need at least 2 more things. Somebody who can cast it for 1, or to find means of bringing it, and then 1 final piece. So there's a lot to still go into, but we have to set those in line in order for that to happen. But that, I think, is really good. We can channel it down, and then by that time, the book should be bought, and you can go full tilt into the Lord of the Rings, and I think that would be actually pretty wicked.
So, I forget the 2 Kickstarters I got coming soon too, Frank.
Well, listen, no bullshit. Like, listen, unless John needs an in between to do a 1-shot with your shit, cool. Other
You're
than
on
that,
back burner,
fucking
man.
Lord of the Rings is taking.
I know.
You are
it's-
okay. Listen, you are the pinch hit. Okay.
He's
When
not.
we call for for the lefty to come. You know, you'll come out of the fucking woodwork and do your shit.
Oh, believe me, I cannot wait for you two to see these books.
But I mean, we've seen all that.
No, what about you?
Me?
What? With all this discussion, we still got you guys to talk about as far as what do you want to see. It's not okay. This isn't just like curiosity.
Yeah,
So these discussions for throwing shade and defining, you know, the depths of the characters, asking these questions, so that we know how to progress this story.
They can use it against
Yeah.
you.
Literally. I mean, yeah, that's it. But there are so many. Like, we don't want to have to blow up your guys' phones or
Right.
you know, come over and be like, hey, we need to talk about your character because there's certain things, there's certain elements I don't understand. But having these talks in this throwing shade helps us
It's an eye-opener.
understand your character and what you guys want to see as players.
And I'm just going to throw this out there. Thursday nights, I'm completely free. So if you guys want to stop over and...
Oh, it'd be so weird going to your house. Oh, it's going to be deja vu all over
There's
the place.
an inside joke on that.
Yeah.
Well,
just, you know, give the love potato the attention she demands.
I've been over. I know. Give the oots some loving, and you'll be good.
She's fine.
You scratch her ears, you're her best friend.
What user?
It's something I want to see. Wish the other two were here, so I could pick on it a little bit better. But
Still pick on them.
Listen
I'd
to
like to see between Liz and Eli both start using more of what's on their character sheets more because good example, Frank playing Bones for the one session. You pulled off a couple of things where you were like, holy crap, she actually had that.
Yeah, that was surprising.
And there's again, it's going back to what we've all said as DMs. Read the character sheet, go over some stuff.
Oh,
But-
I am very adamant on knowing your character.
Okay. I
You
want to put a caveat on there, especially as someone who is one of the newer players. There's a lot of times that you have stuff and you save it, you don't use it because you're like, okay, well, what if I need to use it for something else? And then you just end up not using it.
You completely
That
forget
was
about it.
that was
It's
one of my
like-
big things that I had a problem with whenever you were like, oh, you're finally acting like a paladin. It's I'm not saving my crap anymore. I'm going to full tilt, and then if tilt don't work, I'm screwed because that's what's gonna happen. It's because everybody was like, well, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing this? Well, what happens if we're in a really bad spot? I don't have that to help you. Like in
That's the best thing about paladins. Paladins at every long rest can reset their spells.
yes, but
Same
the
with
problem is
wizards.
a lot of what we do doesn't involve long rests.
That's true.
She's not wrong.
That's very, very true.
It
But
was like
that was the point too, because it needed to be a half tilt battle.
And
It needed to be what in this line of work as a DM is to do a dungeon crawl to get you guys at half your abilities to go into a big boss fight. Because if you guys are full maxed out on that, with all your spells in hand, all your HP in hand, the fight becomes one-sided because the monster doesn't have that. The monster has certain abilities that he can use once a day or on a recharge, and it depends on the roll whether you get that back.
But it's also a good lesson to learn for the last world because we don't know what's going to happen or what to expect. We could be our
Oh,
last
I'm
like,
going full tilt on your ass.
And having stepped in this, I've been doing a lot of reading as DM and things like he just touched base on about monsters' abilities. Certain monsters even have abilities that they can only use once a year. Yes, it's devastating and oh fuck.
Yep.
But it's defendable. You can beat the throw you know, you can make the saving throw and pass it and not experience any of the negatives that come from it. And there goes its one fucking, you know, Superman flying in the sun and coming back as Golden Superman and defeating everything.
It's also, I mean, this brings back to another thing that John was trying to do. Like, we try, like, even you, Timber, we try to pull out these big, bad monsters for the big boss fights. And when somebody pours in weeks to do a Draco Lich and have a single player, hands down, put the mollywop on them, kind of like, oh, I just spent all this time making a badass monster just to have a player wipe it the fuck out. By herself.
Yeah, but you gave me an undead thing.
I know,
After
I
a
know,
whole
I know.
campaign of undead things.
Even then, though, like when
Hold on.
I was developing this Draco Lich, I specifically took you into consideration. Everything you can do as a paladin, you're a sentinel, and you still fucking laid it down like it was a kitten.
I think what made it even worse was the Sentinel, and that was kind of what kept kicking it. Was, okay, cool, but I'm doing however much damage to it, Sentinel keeps going off, so I'm going to keep hitting it. So, it was just one of those things where if I didn't have Sentinel, it would have went a completely different way. But because I had Sentinel, it was like, okay, well, all the damage I do is freaking radiant, so let's go!
The boon there was you using Sentinel was while you were not grappled to it, but you were on it.
Yeah. I was like, if we ain't gonna fly, cool.
I mean, like, honestly, we as DMs, we put so much time and effort to making these big bad boss fights happen to you guys to help you flourish your character in. You know, whether it be bringing back an oath, or whether it be, you know, doing a character development that needs to happen. Those are all those things, and to have, you know, our big bad that we spend so much time go, hey.
It's literally that. It's, oh, I got this shiny toy. Bink. Cat knocks it off.
Yeah, I mean.
Sorry if I can have third.
The fucking cat. There's just so much things. But, I mean, I get it. You know, we will make sure that, you know, hey, before session, let's have let's spend 5 minutes instead of us BSing about, you know, world events and shit that's happening. Be like, hey, let's do a 5-minute decompressed throwing chase real quick and just go off of what we want to see happen. Because, again, there are 4 of us that are semi-decent players, or at least in that tier of experienced players. To have 3 semi-new, 2 really new, 1 semi-new, to go, hey, bam, and to be fair, Arian threw in a lot of fucking characters because she was trying to figure out what worked for her, what she wanted to be, whether it be a monk, whether it be a paladin, whether it be a cleric, whether it be this, whether it be that, because you're trying to find a class that suits you, and that's what's hard.
What's your bread and butter as a character? What is your
dynamic? Yeah, like your go-to class. My go-to class is my paladin because I know it. Eldritch Knight.
Yeah, my very first character for 5th edition was a ranger, and I just didn't vibe with it. And then reading the lore of the Dragonborn and fell in love with the race. Like their history's so fucked. Like they were originally created by dragons on another world and being used as slaves, and they overthrew the dragons and started killing them.
And then they all served Tiamat.
No, reverse.
And then they became their own culture. Like, that was the thing. They fought slavery through tooth and nail. That hence is what that one book is that we need to touch eventually.
Which one? Dragonlance or
The Return of the Dragon Queen.
Tyranny.
Tyranny of the Dragon Queen.
Like you said, Eldritch Knight, man. I nailed that class. Once you realize what
that character is fucking broken. I'm sorry.
And it happened naturally though. I didn't build him to be broken. It just fucking happened naturally. And Frank, when I talked to Frank about, you know, cross-classing into Paladin, he was like, it's not going to work. An Eldritch Knight and a Paladin is just not going to work well. And lo and behold,
I was going to say, bullshit, it didn't work.
fucking made it work well because of the Oath of Conquest and Eldritch Knight.
They complemented each other very nicely.
Eldritch Knight specifically is your crowd control. Once they're on the battlefield, they're there to control the flow of the battle. They are your tank and your heavy hitter.
Yep.
Plus their spell set. If you look at their spell set, most of it is AoEs.
Yep.
Yeah, they're not support.
They're crowd control.
They are not support at all.
They are
riots.
They are your front line.
And then
they're your riot officers.
When I delved into Paladin, I did look ahead and I was like, Oath of Conquest seems more fitting than anything else. I did months of research to find out how I could make this work. And when I realized getting closer to the time where he could take his oath, I knew Conquest would slide well with the Eldritch Knight because Conquest, again, is more crowd control.
And I think that's what we're seeing too with Arian and Amari, is that's coming in. She's finding that foothold and finding that class that works with her and works with her playstyle and what she wants to do.
I'm just gonna say it took her a hot minute, and sorry, and to pick on you, but
I mean, it did. Don't get me wrong. She played through how many different characters to
I'm not even saying that. Once she
she
started playing Paladin, and Frank, you know this, Viking, you know this, and I know it from playing my Paladin. Paladins are up close and personal. Hack and slash.
They are the righteous tank that is.
Now,
in undead eyes, they are a force to be reckoned with.
to counter that, there are certain, now that they've reset everything, but in 5th edition, there are certain oaths of Paladin where they are the support. They're not the front line, but most people don't play them just because they're to every other class and subclass, they're just not as supportive.
Yeah.
Like a cleric would have more support than what? Oath of the Ancients or Oath of the Watchers?
Mm-hmm.
Not a very...
That's exactly the two classes I was going to for support, is Oath of the Watchers and Oath of the Ancients.
They are support, but they don't offer as much support as a cleric does, or as much as a sorcerer,
Right.
or
No, like
wizard.
a Life Domain cleric is full support, because when you heal, you double heal.
Yeah.
And with those two classes of Paladin, you don't get any of that. It's very rudimentary and detrimental to what a Paladin's actually supposed to be.
You know, Oath of Devotion is the cookie cutter Paladin.
Yeah.
It is set to be just your normal run-of-the-day mill Paladin. And when you go into all the other different oaths, the Conquest of that, it fine-tunes what that Paladin is capable of, or redefines what their role is
And then
in the party.
going back to Valverix, the game that he beat everybody's passive perception with sleight of hand and drew the 3 cards, that was fucking luck from the deck of many things. That was all
That
pure
could have
luck.
went so sideways.
And for shits and giggles, the next card was Ruin. I had been there shuffling that deck the whole time. And to play those 3 cards.
Well, it was the level up
It was the level up. He got Muhammad's Justice
and the Squire.
and the Squire.
And if he would have shuffled out one more time, or in a different way, out of those 3, Ruin would have been part of it.
That was what? That was a card you did not want to get.
No, Ruin, you're dead.
Yep.
Trapped in hell.
Oh, fun. Whoever.
So back to that, you want to see the other 2 kind of get more into their characters.
And
Well, I mean, I'll let you go first.
to apply this, EoY is playing an Eldritch Knight for the first time.
Right.
And playing his character, he doesn't know what an Eldritch Knight really is, but his character saw Valverix come in have that madness lifted from him and start fucking shit up. And his character was like, that's what I want to be. And I think he's going to go more for that now.
And I think you're right, Abe. I think, which, be careful what you wish for, or if on Thursday nights Eli shows up, you know what he's coming over to talk about. Oh, but I think Eli's on the right track, but I think Liz just needs that little push.
We need to break Liz out of her shell.
Because
That is one of the big issues.
Because before the camera starts rolling, it's literally like a conversation like we're having right now. Oh, but the second the camera comes on,
I think it's also because she's a Kenku. I also don't, because a lot of us think that they do mimics and sounds, but they still talk, but not like how we talk. It's, in a way, it's almost like a
it's
broken,
Bumblebee.
but you can still,
Yeah, that's what I was
it's
going to
like
say.
It's like
Bumblebee.
cranking a radio. Yeah. So she could still say words, but she could still like talk here and talk
Yeah,
here, and then
She
you know,
can
like,
fully talk as there. She just uses.
she could pull out her haunter voice, like her haunt characters, and use that as broken voices.
She can. It's. I think it's defining it because they're new. They
Yes.
don't necessarily know how Dungeons and Dragons fully work.
And we were all
And that's
there.
we've all been there too, and
Yeah.
that's a big thing too. That like moving forward with D20Misfits, that's what I want to do. I want to have a time to where, hey, all the when all the kids come down here to play, and they play the video games and the arcades that are down here. But what if they want to learn Dungeons and Dragons?
That'd be really cool.
To have like us come down and do like a teaching session of Dungeons and Dragons. I think that would be fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Might be more people that want to play.
Yeah, it's starting there, and I know like once, if this, we get the followers, we get the subscribers, we get monetized by YouTube to do it, I won't work anymore. My job will be down here. No,
and you'll know it too.
no bullshit. Full tilt, dude. I will literally quit my job because YouTube will gladly, keep me to where I don't have to work, and I will be here every fucking day.
I'm say I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum. I'll still work.
I was going to say, I'll still be working
I'll
too.
be employed here. As I'll run down here, anybody who wants to learn how to play Dungeons and Dragons, we'll do a test game to get you involved in it, or a board game that you want to learn. You know what I mean? Like there's that, because there's so much Dungeons and Dragons does that people don't realize.
It's more than just this. There's
It's
other
more than
games.
just paper and pen and rolling dice and doing that. It does help people who have antisocial problems. It does help people who have anxiety. It does help people who have mental problems because it helps.
This is our therapy.
Yeah, right. It is there. I
And
mean,
that's what
this is there.
And here's the other thing we're also forgetting. There's colleges that are teaching this as a creative writing class now.
Not even that. There's schools in the state of New York that have implemented Dungeons and Dragons in their special education course because it's helping children that are nonverbal, that lack the skill in mathematics, that lack the skills in social cues, children that have autism or Down syndromes that don't. This is a very touchy subject, even for myself, that don't have the mental capacity as you and I do. For having a son who is autistic, there's no gray area. You have to be very direct with them. It is black and it is white, and this is helping them learn how to work in a world where people don't see as they do. And it's amazing that this game that was created over 50 years ago now has evolved so much that schools are implementing. If Gary Gygax was still alive, he probably wouldn't have believed how far it's come and what it's doing for people.
I mean, look how much it has shaped. Literally, Dungeons and Dragons has shaped a lot of things. Between between Gygax and Tolkien has shaped a lot of the fantasy worlds that we know now.
World of Warcraft, the Elder Scrolls. It was
Any goddamn RPG.
I was gonna say,
There is a Dungeons and Dragons or a Tolkien version in there somewhere.
I mean, let's be real. Old games that Arian and I've been obsessed with lately. Assassin's Creed.
Go as far as back. You can go as far back as Final Fantasy, dude. You have D&D aspects and Tolkien aspects in all of this. Even R.A. Salvatore. You have all of these guys. Even going with J.K. Rowling in the Harry Potter series. I mean, it's newer-ish, but still, it does have all of those aspects that what the founders of D&D, of Tolkien, have put into it, because everything is backlighted on that or grandfathered with it.
They've led the groundwork for everything.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
especially with the tabletop RPGs. Dungeons and Dragons was one of the first ones. If it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have things like Vampire the Masquerade, or what's another big
Actually, Masquerade was a little bit.
before.
It came out roughly right around
Right
when
around the
Dungeons
same
came
time.
out, yeah.
Cyberpunk 2077.
You got to remember when they broke up. That's when all the worlds of D&D happened.
Yeah.
That's when you had your Greyhawk. That's when you had your Faerun. That's when you had your Forgotten Realms, Dragonlance. All of that happened when they all broke up. When Gary Gygax broke up with the other designers and shit like that. This is what all was leading into. Was all that. That's why we have Warhammer now. That's why we have Pathfinder. It's why we have all these other tabletop like Masquerade and all that stuff, because
Cyberpunk.
they set the goddamn foundation, the cornerstone. And now every goddamn thing, TV shows, I mean, is now being recognized as what it's supposed to be. Back then, D&D was heavy. People thought heavily that it was related within the cult, and you had all those college murders
Thus the
that
satanic
put it down hard.
And if you weren't a part of that, you were just a nerd.
If you played D&D, you were thought of you were some part of a satanic cult. Some people still think that, but now look at what you're seeing. Look at everything that's happened. After COVID, D&D came out with the children's guides to help kids learn how to play D&D with the dads or the moms that played that can't play no more. Now they can run their own game and get that fix that they want while teaching their kids what this is. Because look at it now. Children now are hiding behind a screen. Now. They're not. This is why we have the kids with antisocial problems now. Because they are locked behind a screen. They're cyber-schooled. They don't know better. They don't go out to the real world unless they hit public school. They're like, what the fuck is going on? Trust me, I had a culture shock when I was a kid from a private Catholic school to public high school. It was a damn culture shock. But now it's the same. But now it's it's coming back. D&D is finally getting the goddamn recognition it deserved so long ago.
And you want to go that far, Hank? Yeah, you brought up the Dungeons and Dragons for the young adventurers. There's 3 things of those things. I have one little brother, my stepbrother. He got those for his birthday the other day. And I brought it to me and said, "Hey, what do I do here? My friends and I are doing this." And it was one of those. I'm like,
Woo! Let me tell you.
allow me to bring the chaos to you. But you brought up those. Let's not forget how many different books dropped in COVID and then post-COVID. The movie, all this other stuff. Like we're talking about.
Here's one for you, since you're the movie, because you brought up the movie. Technically, because they were shut down from it, Chris Pine was not supposed to play a bard.
No, he was supposed to play Dritz, wasn't he? But
R.A. Salvatore
said no.
Said no. Now there is I want that to happen so bad. So does everybody else that is tied into Dungeons and Dragons so deep, like me, who wants to see a Dritz fucking movie.
To be fair, Frank, and let's not forget, you played Dritz in my campaign.
Because you were in Icewind Dale, I had to.
Yeah,
You
it only fit.
Well, no, it wasn't that. You didn't have a protagonist hero in that setting. When the Wanderer who knows that setting is him.
Yep.
Because he's the one who killed. Spoiler. He's the one who killed Icing Death, and that's why the frog. No, the fuck is it? Icewind is the girlfriend of Icing Death. That whole book is Icing Death's revenge as why she went to the Frost Maiden. It's the revenge on Dritz that never happened.
Despite I never got to finish that campaign.
That's why they came out with that book, and that is why R.A. Salvatore allowed Dark Alliance. Because that was the revenge.
That's another one
that never got to happen. That's why in the game the last boss is Icewind.
Which I'm disappointed we never got to finish that campaign. Maybe further down the line.
We went hard pivot again.
I know.
Okay, anywho, is that what you wanted to? Is that what you want to see? Just that?
That and there's moments in like the down on the settings, like the tavern or the shop ops. I want to see more of, not more of interaction with the NPCs because we already do that enough, especially at the taverns.
When we go to one?
Yeah, when we go to one. But like, I want to see more like
the interactions between the players. Even if
Yeah.
you're in a shop and be like, huh, do you want something like this?
well, not just like that, but like the from the knowledge that each player has of each character. Right? So a good example. I'll use what was the last character you were using for Viking?
Yerrick, Zior.
Yerrick and Ryu would if we happen to stumble into a blacksmith or something like that. Ryu notices something and that he thinks would benefit. It's not going to help Ryu, but it benefits
You
Yerrick.
want to see more camaraderie between the party members.
Well, between doing stuff like that, or you brought it up Viking earlier, or the is it working together as a party, like finding what it not only just like battle wise, but like, hey, I can do this and boost this guy, or I can do
Yeah, the synergy between the characters.
because going back to the last campaign, I know we didn't have cameras and stuff. By the end of that ad, we had a.
You guys
We
worked
had-
so well as a fucking unit.
There was so many different
stupid.
combinations that we would literally spend turns just boosting Viking, or boosting Balveric, boosting Porkchop.
Here, let me cast enlarge. All right, I'm gonna lift this half of an obsidian boulder and throw it at the beholder.
Cast enlarge. Here's bless.
I think I did that all the time. I was just like, all right, your turn.
You got to the point where you were able to do it to multiple people at once. So
Well, I also, when we had Kurt here before, and he played Bear, and he always used Spiderweb, I had it pretty much turned into napalm. He'd
Yep.
snare people down and just be like,
web, fireball,
pretty much, or burning hands.
Yeah.
any fire related stuff.
Yeah, there's so much stuff though. Like that's always been an issue with, I want to say around this table, is in the beginning it's self-defining. We don't really play off each other's strengths or weaknesses. We just do us. And then closer to the end, it's kind of like, okay,
They got used to each other.
we got used to each other, and now we can pop off, combo spells or combo attacks and stuff like that, and be like, hey, why didn't we think of this fucking forever ago?
I want to interject on that. I think it does add to the story some. You're seeing
the development of the characters
Characters.
within each other.
It doesn't just take a snap of a hat to do that.
True.
it usually takes time and development, and then you see them coming together. Because if everybody was just like, we know how to work together as soon as we just met, because we know each other out at the table, it'd be like, it wouldn't make good story development. Like, how the hell do you guys know how to work together and you don't even know each other? But at the same time, and like even like when you're cornered, sometimes it happens anyway. But other than that, teamwork slowly develops as the story does, which is why I love when the dice work so well. Like, I've had good dice rolls. I've had some severe flops, and then it's led to something for Lucy, or even before we rolled the cameras, and it worked well. The creepy time, the music starts to hit at the right time. It's just story development itself. Like, we all have those moments, and I think it works well, as aggravating as it is. Like, why didn't we do this before? Like you said, like, so on and so forth, but I think it's because it develops as we learn. It's like it melds with the story at the right time.
It does. Yeah, there's also, I think, like, there's times, like, our characters, like, we've had to go through one or two character changes before we finally got that perfect
mesh. Yeah.
Like, now that Arian's, I'm sorry I'm picking on you so much, but now that she's earning to master her.
Don't worry, her turn's coming up.
Her ability to
Not any
paladins.
different from usual. That's fine.
Now that she's starting to come up into with her paladin ability, it's a matter of time before everyone else starts picking up on that too. Because I'm not perfect with Ryu yet. There's still certain things that I could probably be doing that I'm not. Shai, I'm sure you feel the same way with Lucy.
I knew it was coming!
It is point and shoot!
Like, whenever you're like, hey, do this, I'm like, I have a fucking gun, and it's not gonna do shit, bro.
Right.
Like, when you told me to shoot the phylactery, and even though, side note, obviously, we have a group chat for the players, when we need to, like, hey, maybe here's a plan here, blah, 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 blah. And we talk about the phylactery, and he looks at me, which is why when you guys now know, it's not a spoiler, when you be like, I look at him like, I said that because I'm like, we should probably go after the phylactery, but I can't attack it, it's her, and anyone like her abilities, and he's like, you should shoot the phylactery. I'm like, no.
Technically you could have, there is an ability that Amari could have used that would have gave everybody.
But I didn't have that. So I couldn't do it. But I was like, I can start popping things off.
It's a low level spell too, but it's a spell enough to where you enchant every weapon with radiant damage.
Just start walking around with us and be like, I bless you.
Divine Radiance, I believe is what I think, or Divine Favors, what is it called? No, Divine Radiance.
Something like that. It's, yeah.
Everybody within 5 feet of you gets 1d4 or 1d6 radiant damage on
It's
top
something
of
like
that.
that.
Well, I also have the ability to make a non-magical weapon magical, and it can do radiant damage through that as well. So
Holy
I have
weapon.
a couple of different things.
So there's a lot of disposals. That's what makes the Paladin so good for so many things. Like you were saying, it does make it so versatile in any situation.
But
anything else for you, then?
that's all I was gonna say. It's just I want to see more of that well-oiled machine in doing stuff. That's about it.
Can I have a turn?
So hold on, let's do this real quick. We're gonna break for a little second, give a little stretch, and we're gonna jump right back in. So we'll get back to those two, giving their input, and then we'll talk about something else, and then we'll probably be the end.
Question number 2.
A lot of topics have been
Well, don't get me wrong. We hit a lot of base within one topic. So.
I know.
But we'll take a short break. Let's give us a stretch, and we'll see you guys here in just a little bit. All right?
Bye.
Potty break.
Hey everyone, Jonathan here from the D20Misfits, also known as Viking. I've got a sponsor today that I'd really like to give a shout out to. Dubby. I'm a hardcore energy drink user. I'll do 2, 3 energy drinks a day. This stuff, let's cut that out. If you're interested, go to w.com and on checkout use our code D20Misfits10 to get 10% off. Again, Dubby, well done.
Welcome back.
And welcome back.
Forbidden donut.
Yeah, we just needed to stretch. We're good.
We should
So,
go on a break.
back to it. What we wanted to see, what do you guys want to see happen within the game? We got two. Let's hear from the ladies themselves. Erin, what is something
bestest
you
thing.
want to see?
Okay, so it's kind of a critique on all y'all,
Okay.
DM wise.
I was like, lay it on me, Mom. But you're like, damn, Wes is like, okay.
No. Okay, so one thing we do have in terms of the playstyle that we're working with right now, we have everything. It kind of goes back to what he was saying about having everybody work together. We kind of have everybody's storylines separate. If this makes sense to everybody. So what I mean by that is Lucy and whatever heck is going on with either Sat or whoever it is that she's interacting with, that is generally your guys' kind of separate thing. And then you guys kind of go off and deal with that, but don't bring us into it. So then we'll spend half a session, 3 of us or 4 of us, not doing anything. So we're just all kind of sitting there because we're off to the side or we're sleeping or something else. It's happening, but like we're not included in that. So it's one thing that I want to see is maybe all of us kind of interact together as a group, because I think that also is something to do with the synergy you guys were talking about that you had with your previous group. How much of that were you excluding other people, or were you all actively playing usually at that point? Because that's one thing where it's like, I understand separate storylines need to happen between characters. I understand that everybody needs to have their character development, but it's one thing, especially because whenever, like, we'll have most of a session or almost a complete session where it's just you guys. And it ties into the story, but it doesn't include the rest of us.
So you guys are like, left
Ryu
like,
isn't, I also feel like another thing, like, he is not living up to his full potential because we never include him enough to see that. Whenever something happens, he's always in the back. He's always shooting at stuff and staying away. He's not doing any of the physical kind of input that we need in order to see that. Which is one of the things, like, recently that we've been doing when we had that big battle. The main focus of it was me and Grievous. But at the same time, there was also Balverix, there was also Ryu, there was also Sat, there was, not Sat, Kalan. like everybody was helping me go against Grievous. It was all of us together, and then it was also the gods. So it was all of us kind of coming together in that moment to make that happen, and that's why I think it worked so well.
I'm going to counter just a little bit of this.
Mm-hmm.
As DMs, we're the overall storyteller. If you as a player see that going on, you have the ability to interject and go, what the fuck is going on between you two as a character? So it's kind of a 50-50 split here.
Mm-hmm.
We can navigate the story that way, but overall that's not our job. Our job is the main focus of the story overall. Mm-hmm. You as players have the ability to interject between two other characters arguing.
Like that whole instance when Kalon and Lucy went in that dome.
Yes.
And you saw the whole mechanical arm grab her and pull her in, and that dome came up. It was simple to spell magic work.
Like, what are you guys doing? That's suspicious. Speak.
Because you were so adamant on trying to figure out what was
But I
going
do see.
on.
Yes.
You could have went there and just popped that off, and you would have been good.
Yes, but there's also limitations with what I think that we're allowed to do in terms of storyline, because
No.
There's no limitations.
let me clarify that before we all go no. As newer players, let me clarify. I don't know what I can do because I've been like, hey, can I do this? And you've been like, no, we're moving past that, we're doing this. So it's one of those things where I could try to do something, but I'd be forcing it. Or it'd be, I am physically doing something else. I am not a part of this equation. So it's something that either we would have to be brought in, or it's something that kind of has to happen. But in the meantime, we're all kind of sidelined. So then what happens during that, hour and a half, 2 hours, for whatever, how much of the session that is, that it's just those two characters working out their issues. We then don't have anything to do.
That's also why sometimes whenever I'm like, okay, this is going on,
Because
what do you guys do?
Because you guys are having this thing happen. Like whenever Kalon decides to go rogue and do his bounty hunter-y things. Like in particular, a couple worlds ago when we were doing all the royalty stuff. That wasn't something we could really be a part of. That was something you had to do. But in the meantime, we got kind of sidelined, or we had to wait for you to do what you needed to do, because in the meantime, we're just kind of sitting there.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I get where you're going too, but you can also do it that way too, to where, hey, while this is happening, I want to do this. That way, it gives the DM a chance to change the scene.
And we're not focusing on one specific individual.
Yeah. So, I mean, that is kind of what we've started doing, but it is something that I've noticed in particular. Now, it hasn't been happening as much lately because all of us are involved in this particular section of the story. But, especially when we first started, it was a lot of just you two, because only you two trust you two. So, it was one of those things where it kind of needed to happen for the story, but at the same time, we're kind of getting sidelined. Or, hey, we're sleeping, and this is happening, and we don't know anything about it now, so we have to be informed of what just happened after we get up. Or, you two aren't talking now.
I mean,
what happened?
So there could be a chance to where when certain things happen, loud bangs, stuff like that, it can potentially wake the characters up.
Yes.
There is roles for that. We just never really use them because then you guys would hardly get long sleeps or long rests to get that without getting, exhaustion levels.
Yes.
So, I mean, there are stuff like that, but now looking at it now, knowing that is, you can absolutely interject yourself at any moment.
Yeah.
Same thing. If Zarkon goes off and wants to talk to Ryu about, or when Yarrick and Ryu will always go to the forge, and we're like, okay, what the fuck?
Yeah. Well, that's just what I mean. It's it's something that we can all. It wasn't something that I necessarily wanted to be like, oh, hey, this is bad. It was more just something I wanted to bring to your guys' attention, because when we're in the thick of it, especially if you'd be like, oh, you could have done a dispel magic. Well, Not if I don't have the magic slots to do it. Like, if I need my long rest in order to do what I need to do, I can't do that interjection.
There are times, though, that...
But I think spell magic is always prepared for a paladin, because it's the third level.
That being...
I have 3 third-level slots, and that is it. Once they are used, I cannot do anything at third level.
That being said, at times, you don't have the spell slots, but we will allow you to cast it because it's going to progress the story.
Yeah. That goes along with the... I don't know what
story
I can
trumps
do.
rules.
Okay.
Yeah,
To
a degree.
To a degree.
To a degree, depending on the DM. Now, there's a lot of stuff to do. That's why, like, we had that little discussion about using, we're not trying to abuse the rule of cool. Because we're not trying to oversee certain things. Because, yeah, in your eyes, that's cool as shit.
But
to the DM, it might not be that, because it's kind of like we don't want that to happen just yet.
You're using your coolness points a little quick. You gotta save it.
The moment you came fucking gung ho, I'm turning myself into a living spear.
Oh,
Yeah.
when we rode on the horse.
That I know he let that slide because at the moment it fit.
Yeah. Well, it was kind of just one of those circumstances where if I was doing that and I was on that horse, what's going to happen if that horse, disappears? I'm going to be taken off like a shot because momentum's still going. So it was just one of those things where realistically, like if I had been already there, that would not have happened at all. But because I was on the horse and bolting there at the speed that I was going, it just kind of looked... It made sense for me to be a living bullet there for a second.
Now, I will say, if I may, on certain things, like especially with the Lucy thing and the no trust, and learning little by little because she doesn't know who she can trust. People could wear a pretty face or wear a nice mask on their face and always look happy, and I think I could trust them. It's little by little, and I apologize.
Yeah.
I need to. But when it comes to certain things, it's not like it won't be revealed in time.
Lucy's
when
a closed
it needs
book.
to. Huh?
Lucy is a closed book.
Yeah, but it
She's a
doesn't mean you
very
can't
close
make
book.
an attempt at it.
Yes, you
Right.
can always ask, and
Yeah.
if you see that either someone's nervous or they're like, I don't want to talk about it. Normally, especially with you and where you've come from, you've probably seen where people shut off for a reason.
Yes.
Maybe you've done that. And you're like, okay, there's something wrong, but I want to press, little by little you see that she's slowly at least warming up to you now.
Yeah.
It's going to take a while for her to warm up, obviously, Zarkon, Bones, she's been
So-
nice,
so-
but...
Yeah.
you still give me the cold shoulder.
I mean, okay,
Yeah, but
honestly,
still.
you can do a thing too, to where if you want to during downtime or during an off thing to where we're not doing a whole bunch of stuff, to be like, hey Lucy, I just want to check on you, make sure you're okay and stuff like that. And she gives you the cold shoulder or whatever, that's fine. You have that ability to go, hey, I like to make an insight. Can I check to see if that body language is true? And she can choose a persuasion or deception roll and not tell us to your thing and see what happens. She can let me know, or whoever's dungeon master at that point in time. Okay, this is I did a persuasion roll. Okay, cool.
Or they
Then
could
we
just
do
let
that.
it ride, and they're like, okay, she's
Yeah,
not really
well,
trying to hide it.
Like I said, we just narrate the story as DMs. You guys are the story.
I was going to
Yeah.
say, we write the story, they tell it.
Yes. But I do want to keep in mind, especially, sometimes we need to be reminded, hey, by the way, you can do this. Because especially...
That's I do, guys. I do remind you.
Yes.
All the
But-
fucking time.
Yes, but I mean, at this
Check
point...
your
Right.
She
Let me
not
finish.
she not even like instances where
In-
she
in
couldn't
this-
dispel the
In that
thing or
particular
anything, too.
part of the campaign, you were playing your character, you were not DMing. So it was one of those things, you're involved in that,
You
and
can
she's
still-
involved in that. In the situation. It's a you guys' situation. So it's not going to be a, hey, but like, it was just an overall
Yeah.
thing. I wanted you guys to be like, hey, if you ever notice that maybe there's like 15, 20 minutes, none of us have, we're all kind of
Okay,
like,
honestly, for that, I was waiting on one of y'all to fucking stop. I was waiting on you to come down those
But now
steps
we know.
and run outside and do it. I was
Kind
Thank you.
of going back to Paladin. Paladins are, correct me if I'm wrong, loose for terms, the peacekeepers.
Yes.
So you, as a paladin, some shit's going down. Let me step in.
Mm-hmm.
They have that. That's why they have so. That's why their main focus of their attributes is charisma.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't just do all their. It doesn't just this is your spells and all that stuff is all based on charisma. No, most of the paladin's abilities are charisma based because they are the peacekeeper. They are the righteous knight.
Hey, tell me what's going on.
No, seriously, they
Yeah.
are those. In lack of better terms, they are those priests that you can confide in, but they have that holier than thou motive in their personality.
It's in their blood, their code.
Yeah, to their oath, yes, it can be, but I mean that's back then. Paladins now, they're really not there as that council talker. Back then, like from 3.5 and back, they are your counselors. They're the ones you need to go to for help. They're the ones you need to go say, hey, I need help. I need the shirt off your back. And they have to give it to you because that's their fucking codes.
Mm.
So,
Yeah, it's a
but
little
yeah,
different
I mean,
since
depending, your oath gives you what is allowed without not trying to break that oath.
Yeah.
So as long as it hits the parameters, you're fine.
Okay.
Now, I believe they'll let you do just about anything, like the DM-wise.
within
But within parameters, you'd be like, hey, I want to try this. They might be like, maybe not.
Yeah.
But also, if you're like, say, a rogue, they're not going to let you while everybody's sleeping at camp become a murder hobo. Be like, I'm tired of this people. I'm going to like stealth check, step.
I mean,
party.
that can happen, and we can't stop it. But most of Dungeon Masters let you know at session 0, hey, this is a good aligned game.
Mm-hmm.
or
So
or
don't do something stupid like this to where it makes you a villain in the process.
Unless that's your ultimate arc for that character, and then you try to make them just for a little bit, so you can scrap them for later, and they become something for.
That's
later
why I
on
was so
stories.
hellbound when Nocturne came into process. I was so hellbound. To know when a cat can fit the fireball, I was like, it ain't no.
that ain't no normal cat, goddammit.
Just a burnt hairball.
No, honestly.
Yeah, kills
Flap.
I mean, that's one of the things to where like I needed as a DM to step in because no, you can't make an NPC stronger than the fucking characters. Okay, same thing when we crossed over, and I was like, no, you cannot have an owlbear as a fucking cub, and I made that choice to where no.
No,
I
you
know
can't
what
have
they-
a Naga as a mount.
Only
I
out.
know what an owlbear can fucking do.
To be fair, I knew you were going to be on that, and that's why I limited him to how many times he could do it.
That's still.
To be fair, afterwards, the only owlbear we were allowed to have was the stakes that Lucy had.
But I mean, still, like
Yeah.
there are limitations
Mm-hmm.
to certain degrees. Yes, I mean, like the whole thing back then when at one point in time when you wanted to have a mimic.
Yeah.
Yes. Cool, but here's the problem. It grows.
Unless you're a tiny mimic.
grows.
Your only stipulation was, well, they have to eat something. Frank, we kill things. Go eat that thing I just murdered.
Yeah, but when you're sleeping, it needs to eat shit.
Go in the woods and go find something. I'm not an accessory
When
murder.
it don't have
You're
legs and
just
it's
an
pinned up in your goddamn hair, it's gonna eat your hair and then your skull and then your brain.
I could let it roam around while I'm sleeping. And be like, go in the woods. I don't care.
Yeah,
Eat
it's gonna
someone,
eat
something.
your
Yeah,
brain.
it could
Yours.
get lost or get killed.
Just an accessory afterwards. And
Oh,
if
look,
not,
a bird's nest. Drop it.
yeah.
that no, don't do that because the DM and will be like, hey, a fucking falcon just comes out of nowhere and just eats it.
It eats from the inside out.
You killed my rat.
You killed your own
Dog.
damn dog. Do
Ah.
not forget about that.
Poor Kruger.
I learned with pets. Y'all don't take care of them.
Wrong.
Okay?
I take care of my horse just fine.
Your horse is the magical
That's
item.
my
It doesn't
horse.
count.
I don't.
Hey, Yara took care of Kavissa.
Still. still far more better than tying your damn dog to a fucking
To the
flying ship when it's trying to evade a rock.
He tied it like a leash to the mast, and he's just like, all right, the ship goes woo, and then he falls over the side of the ship.
I mean, I didn't want to make it snap its own damn neck out of the fucking G-force. It's too cruel.
Still, next time, learn what to do with your animals.
Okay. But yeah,
Anyway.
that was the main one. It was just like, it wasn't necessarily like a critique or like anything. It was just like a, hey, I want to bring this to your attention.
But now,
Especially
with the
for
knowledge-
us who have short attention spans.
But now with the knowledge, unless you interject, we're just going to continue with the story.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not about sharing the spotlight with everybody else. If you think honestly your character would be against this, interject yourself into
Especially
the
when
plot.
someone's
Yeah,
like
like-
scorpions me, like, get over here.
Yeah.
Like,
Like,
honestly, I was banking on it because I had a secondary spell ready.
Dome. Dispel. Dome.
No, it'd have been like that and like Ray of Frost or like Shocking Grasp to slow
Go to
you
sleep.
down. Slow you down. Yeah, something of that nature to stop you.
It's all.
I'm trying not to die for it.
Well, no, see, that's the thing because I didn't want people to know who he was. And then, if you would have fought that and dispelled it, and then we did a sequence of rolls to hide against it. To deception. Hey, this is personal. Back the fuck off. Like my intimidation roll beats yours. Then then it happened. But now that you want, now that you know that, interject yourself.
Yeah.
And if need be, as a reminder, we'll talk about this every session in there. If you guys have, we'll do like a 5-minute throwing shade instead of bullshitting. We're gonna do a 5-minute throwing shade. Throw the shade. Get it out of the way. And then we're playing the game. You know what I mean?
That's also why, like, sometimes you'll probably see me, like, when there's, like, talkie or whatever, just like, what are you guys doing? Because I realize I'm like,
Shy's done it a lot, I've noticed, but yeah, I just wanted to be like, hey, just so that we're aware that it's an issue, especially because we have short attention spans.
No,
Or Squirtle!
No, yeah, but
Where?
as us as
Exactly.
DM, we have way too much shit to go over.
Yeah, I know.
So there's a criteria that we have to try to squeeze within the session. If we can't squeeze that in, okay, we just rolls over to the next session or until we find a cross point to put that back in.
mix that in with short possible. Like,
But you guys as players, if 2 players are having beef, step the fuck up. You don't have to be a paladin for that.
Yeah.
Nobody has to be. As long as you think that you have the roles to go, hey, I want to make an insight. This I want to read the plot. Don't go, hey, I want to make an insight check. Don't. Say it to where I don't want to believe that.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I know that that's code, and I know, hey, okay, let's make an insight check. Instead of you guys as players or as they're going, hey, I want to make a history roll, or I want to make this roll. That might not determine it. There were certain factors of the game to where you all are guilty of that.
Yeah.
To go, hey, I want to make an insight, or I want to make a Arcana roll or history roll, see if I can remember that. That might not be what your character's
Needs
the right skill for your character to roll. You know what I mean? If it like the phylactery, for instance. I mean, a religion, yes. An Arcana will tell you something different. A history could tell you something different. That's 3 different skills. Yeah, you might be higher in one skill than you are in the other, but it doesn't mean anything. You know? What I mean? So definitely now, going forward, we'll remember this.
I'll try to remember.
And I'll try to start implementing this that, hey, we're not going to bullshit anymore. 5 minutes throwing shade. You guys have disagreements or you guys want to tell players, hey, we need to do something with this. This is just constructive criticism. You can't take it, there's the door. We'll start playing that game. That's fine. But I'll start reminding you, hey, you guys can interject at any given point in time. If 2 players are going at it that you want to be nosy about, that's fine. There's nosy people. The fuck? I mean, I can't tell you how many packages I deliver and not see an old grandma with a.
What are they ordering today? Is that the Viagra?
Are they coming to my house?
That's the Roman dress.
Or at, the right time, hey, let the dog out to go take a pee. Fucking had that happen to my ass. Yesterday. I had to remember what day it was. Yesterday, lady out there fucking, I swear to God, didn't look like a damn pit bull because it had long fucking floppy ears too. It looked like one. Motherfucker shot out and I went around the van twice and got into the van. And said, nope. Not today.
Don't worry, sweetie. She doesn't bite. She likes
Exactly. It's exactly what the fuck she said too. And I was like, oh hell no, I ain't trusting you. Right. Put the dog back in.
What are they gonna do? Hug me with the teeth?
I literally said, I feel safer with the dog in the fucking house.
Got hugged with teeth.
Yeah.
But
Anyway.
honestly, we'll try to keep that in mind going forward. But just again, as a Clarence, as a DM, we're not going to tell you.
Yes.
Because then it's us playing ourselves. It's us playing the game
Against yourself, yes.
against ourselves, and not with you guys
Just sit
there.
there.
Yes.
Yeah, we don't need to do that.
Nope.
'Cause that's a toxic DM, and we don't need that to happen.
Nope.
But no, I think that's a good idea. I think
Stop dying.
that's a good spark to implement instead of doing this again. No more BSing at the table. We'll arrange that when everybody gets here for next week, and go, hey, flat out, we're gonna do 5 minutes during shade. Each of you has a minute or 30 seconds. Hash out what you need to hash out now, and then we are starting the game.
I think it would also be a good, if you have a question, ask a question.
Yeah.
That's
We'll do a Q&A like a throwing shades right down in there instead of we're making sure that and I will put that into the group chat too, that from now on, when we all get here, when everybody's here, no more bullshitting. We'll go over a Q&A session.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys have questions about your characters, ask them now. Or forever hold your peace and figure this shit out. And then, throwing shade. Hey, throw this shit out. We want to progress this story. Here's how yours helping you guys out.
Yeah.
Cool.
But that was the main thing, is I just wanted to be like, hey, just so that you guys, that we're aware of it.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it feels like we're a little excluded because we're just kind of sitting there. Now, normally it's something that kind of needs to happen, or it's a big thing, so we don't want to get involved.
Yeah, but
Because
always.
it's going to slow
Yeah,
everything down in the first
We
place.
also
Not
be nosy
necessarily.
neighbors. What if we're like, well, there's
And
someone's
actually,
like, hey,
it might
throw
help
it.
out too, because there might be questions that like we're talking to each other about with Kalon and Lucy, like going in that maybe Lucy doesn't ask, but you have it and be like, oh, shit, I wish I would have thought of that.
Mm-hmm.
That could change that story, that little story arc
Completely, yeah.
completely. So yeah, don't be afraid to.
The story is not set in stone for how
Interject.
these events
Yeah.
with
Again.
us go.
and we're writing the story. A Viking and Frank Anchor
They're
just telling
narrating.
it.
Yeah. So that was the main one. In terms of anything else, I'm interested to see how everything's gonna fit in and how sidetracked we're gonna get, because we definitely get sidetracked very quickly. But I was like, I want to see. I don't want it to be like more monsters, but I want to see more cool stuff. Like, I would love to
We could
walk
really just
past.
go through a town.
Yes.
Just
Someone
interesting things.
is an exotic monster tamer or something like that, and we see cool stuff.
She's talking about like the circus and shit.
Yes. Well,
Like,
yes,
it's literally
because
half the part. Like, say we go to a new town. And
No, I mean
if
that's
I get it
true
right,
because like
we're going
sometimes
through-
we're going into town and it's
you
a
can go
town.
through a town and there's a story you see like that I've never seen that before, or the exotic
That
tamer.
book I
Like
got
going
There's
to the
a
Royals
thing.
and going to a blacksmith town and that was it. It was just a fucking trader town.
yeah,
But I mean, we could have put a special event where traveling circus came through, or a traveling magician, or one of those. Lack of better terms, that one scene in Sweeney Todd where he was trying to sell this magical hair growing shit that was
Smells like
piss will think. Yeah. shit like that to where you can call them out, because there's somebody's trying to make a living, but he's a con artist. I mean, we don't have the whole world mapped the fuck out.
Yeah.
There's a reason that Viking, Frank, me, all talk to one another, or because we get ideas of like, hey, I had this idea.
Well, my whole thing is like there's so many of these worlds, and there's so many things in these worlds, but we don't ever really get to experience them outside of our story arc.
Well,
Especially, it is not anything critique-wise. It's just we're doing the one thing to move on to the next thing, to move on to the next thing.
when I started this portion, I read Von Richten's Guide to Ravenloft, and each world they really don't go much in depth because they're in their own pocket dimension. So think of them as like the Amazonian tribes or
Yeah.
Wakanda.
Yeah. They're
not,
kind of,
not even that. It's just so disconnected from the world that they came from that they've developed their own culture. So things like that might not exist. But I see what you're saying, and definitely we could add stuff like that.
because
Or at least try.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
It
it
could bring
also
another
If it
growing
makes
point to the
sense.
party.
it also gives each of the characters a little bit more to interact with, so that way if we ever do come up against something else, be like, okay, well, I've seen this in this context. So it gives us a little bit of background knowledge, especially because, as I said, as a newer player, and Eli and Liz is also newer players, we don't really get to see much in terms of the world of D&D. And you are a walking encyclopedia. And you guys have, I know we've got figures out the butt, and everybody's got, like, different things. I would love to see different
Unique
things.
stuff for each world. I mean, certain towns you are going to come across it, but like how John said, I mean, per that, you're just going through a gateway
Yes.
that doesn't have a full thing. But it doesn't mean that that if you see like this going down, that you can't start up something that can prospect the whole town. Like, hey, you all have these cool talents. You ever gonna try doing a talent show?
Like one of the worlds of Von Richten's Guide to Ravenloft isn't even a world. You guys land in this town that has a massive castle, and you're invited to a masquerade party. That's the whole fucking campaign, is to figure out why the masquerade's going on and what's going on behind the scenes of it. That's it.
Murder mystery!
No, that's it. Like every okay. I'll put this into concept that I know from reading that.
Mhm.
One of the worlds is literally Frankenstein's.
Yeah,
Okay.
that sounds cool.
When you go into that town, you meet Frankenstein and you meet his monster, but you don't know who's the villain and who's the protagonist. You don't know that. It is your job to figure out who it is. The book doesn't even tell you who it is. It is your DM's discretion to make which one you want the villain, which one you don't want to be the villain, which one you want to be the hero. But you guys have, I want to say the say, but you guys have a determination.
Mm-hmm.
And who's to know whether or not that's the truth or not?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a big thing that I know when reading that book was that, because we all know Frankenstein. We all know Frankenstein's monster everybody depicts as the monster. It wasn't until like Van Helsing, the movie, to where he was the hero and not the villain.
Mm-hmm.
So there are stuff like that. It's just in this section, like how John said, it doesn't give us details for
Yeah.
worlds because they're not supposed to be a full exploratory world.
Yeah, I don't necessarily mean for like this part of the campaign. I just kind of mean
In
like
future.
in general. Yeah, most of my stuff isn't like specifically for this campaign. It's just be like, hey, maybe later down the line we go see some bullshit. that's it.
I mean, I fully agree to that. There needs to be some cool things that do happen within town that'd be like, okay, it's interesting for the town to have,
Mhm.
which can spark a little side quest, or which can spark nothing at all.
Mhm.
It's just there.
You just have a day of fun.
The whole thing. An example is the Baldur's Gate game. There's a carnival there. You have the utmost aspect to go into it, if you can get into it. You have to bypass the ghoul. He has to sniff you out. If he finds that you're not welcome, you're not welcome. You can't go into it. You can try to go into it. That shit will happen.
You'll be thrown in.
Or no, you just spark a fight. And I went into it with the right dialogue to go into it and go, hey, I really want to check shit out. Figure out that everybody's fucking con artists. That's not a real circus.
Carnival.
That it literally, literally, it's what it is because they're all doppelgangers.
Okay.
They're all doppelgangers or undead. It's not. It's the ringmaster's the only one that's alive. That's casting animate death and making the circus happen this way because she's a con artist herself. Mm-hmm.
Anything else? No, that was it. I was like, hey, I want to see some bullshit.
Alright, Shy, what do you got?
Well, things I want to see are just, obviously for the story arc, I do want to see how far the world's progressed after we've laid down the stuff of the maps. The rolls we've made to see where everything's progressed, but we obviously have to make another roll, so it could end bad, it could end better. But ultimately not for what I want to see for Lucy, because that's a whole different thing. What I want to see as well for the story arc, because they are searching for him, is her brother. I want to see how well that goes. I also want to know if his guardian is alive and well, because that was my character's aunt. It was her deity, or her patron. So ultimately, I want to see if Lucian and Tinder, what was her full name, Daenerys or something like that? Yeah, I forget.
It was just Tinder.
No, we shortened it to
We
Tinder
shortened it
because it
to
was too
Tinder.
much of a mouthful.
I couldn't remember.
But yeah, I want to see if they're doing well and not like on the dark side. But I really just want to see how it all achieves. I want to see, like she said and everybody else wants to see, I want to see what the sparks are that slowly piece everyone together as a troop. And I know it's going to take a little bit, because it's not just, like I said earlier, that it's not just, hey, we know each other, we're all friends, we're all happy with each other, let's all get along. It's not normally what a story is. Even the happiest of, as we know, Disney films, there's always the happy, there's the thing that sparks the story, it's always something bad, and then they overcome it, and
The
then...
parent dying.
Yeah,
Right.
and then it's the happy ending. So in a way, it's the same way with how these stories go. It's everybody meets. There's something bad. There's always bad. And then I honestly want to see the good ending to this. I mean, we all do. But I really want to see this because not only are we all invested in this, but my character, I built her to be invested because those were my characters priorly. And as we've said before we rolled the cameras from the last campaign, Tristana did have the twins. Lucy is one of the twins. Lucian is the other half. She's because the twins.
That's what we should have done for you, not to make your own character to play
Lucian.
Too late now.
Well, kind of did that because the way we worked it was that Rue and Valvergs are now
Hunting
searching
for
for
him
him.
to make sure he's well.
Right.
But yeah, I mean that's ultimately my thing, because that's before we started this. I kept like searching over after Havela. I really wanted to know what kind of character do I want to play. Where are we going? I knew the end game, so I'm like, time that's skipped over. I could play Lucy. I could play the female because she takes after her father, being a very human. Lucian takes after the tiefling mother. I was like, this is really cool. So I just really want to see how the story progresses and how everything goes and how the end shift is. It is, to me, it feels like all the characters I've played, it's finally the book comes to a close. And there's that closure to the decisions that Reyna and her group made for the locks and the keys. It's to finally see the end for Tristana if the good goes. And for Lucian and Lucy, I want to see all that finally come to that close, like the good chapter. Even if it's bad, it's still closure. That's what I want to see, is the closure of this this campaign, and I look forward to it. I'm happy with everybody, by the way.
She's like, I don't have any
I love
criticisms.
No criticisms.
Bullshit.
It's not how Valerie's written this. I can't sing bullshit.
Man, I wish I had my dice. That's a deception roll and an insight check right there. Yep.
Well, what's the next question?
Well, what's the one that you wrote?
Oh,
That's what I was looking at.
So let Shy go with it.
Hell yeah.
She ended that one topic. Let her begin the next one.
Alright, so we're gonna start with you, Frank.
Okay.
Minus your own character, who is or was your favorite character? It could be another person, and pick up from the characters we've seen played while the cameras have rolled through the campaigns. And then who is also your favorite NPC? Sorry.
You're asking players that fucking. Honestly, character-wise, reading about it and me somewhat knowing what they were because I was watching a anime that would coincide with it. My favorite NPC is Isaac. Was Isaac, just because the background that he has of how he got the arm, why people look down on him and shit like that, that he actually did something very fucking dark and now he's rectifying it.
I love the way we turned that around.
Isaac was there because he was that, what a castle they would call them. The monster creators. I just forget what the fuck they were called. But that's basically how Isaac was. That's the base off.
You know, I want to agree with you on that. I feel that out of all the characters that were in there, for him being an NPC and a minor one at that, he was the most fleshed out. I feel like he was more fleshed out than even Strahd was.
I mean, between him and Esmeralda. So Esmeralda has a very deep lore with her because she's trying to find Margaret himself. That was really good, and all the different pieces that were there. I mean, even going down the line, I mean, there's so many good NPCs that were there that would just didn't flourish the way I wanted them to. You know, Baba Yaga has a very deep history with Strahd because that was his mom taking care of him. So, I mean, y'all could have ended that fight way differently and not have killed her and just subdued her and then questioned her and learned a whole bunch of shit about Strahd. Like, that would have been fucking nuts to know. But, I mean, overall, I was rooting for Isaac a lot. I liked him.
Did you like how we ended up, like, working the story out with him?
Yeah, because it was different. It was different. It wasn't how I wanted it to go, because it's not how the book was with Isaac. It wasn't him trying to be the Burgermeister or something like that. He just wanted people to just like him.
And now they do.
And not have to hide that demon arm anymore. And you guys did that and more. So to have him being more of a bigger player into the story, that made it more of the best. As far as like a player character,
Like I would say from from the campaign we did with Curse of Shadows to now, who is your favorite character from a player? Like any character, like whoever you like stood out to you the most.
I really don't know. No, just looking back at all the PCs there, you know, even from the times that they were trying to fight Strahd and shit like that. I don't have a particular favorite.
Dritz. No.
No,
Not Dritz.
Dritz wasn't in it.
not this campaign.
I would bet the ones that any of us have played.
No, from Curse of Strahd to here.
To here, even like Andy, Steven,
Even
and
with
any of us,
the one shot. I mean, honestly,
out of any of the characters, like who stood out to you the most that you liked?
I mean, yeah, I am gonna have to go with that one. And like as a DM, you're not supposed to. You don't pick favorites because that's a toxic DM too. Is picking the favorite and no harm can come to them. But again, new player who wanted to progress the story who wanted to progress his story. Honestly, Sibinek was a really good choice for him, and I actually liked how he turned out. Because I gave him the options. Because we all sparked that idea, like, what a Warforged is created. It is not birth. So what made it? And to have, like, him die and him actually being, an orc on the inside.
That is one player I wish was still here. Who, I'll give him credit for being a new player.
He played that Echo Knight very well. And
it's a fucking copy. It'll come right back.
it's not
That's the greatest thing ever.
It's not that. I think what sparked it is when you guys were trudging through the lake, and he walked. He trudged the lake by walking underneath it, and if he didn't do that, he wouldn't have sparked all the ghosts and dead coffins that were dying.
If I can, pull a little bit off of that, I mean, technically my character is in with that, but it's not the reason why. Because me and him didn't know what characters to play when we were initially starting this, and he's like, I want to do this, but I don't know. And we, played back and forth, and where Sivnek came in, I was like, well, what if I play a smaller character, and you're like Hermetic or something?
But you say minus yourself.
No, I'm not saying me. I'm saying I like how he played his character and how he made the story himself. He didn't try to bounce off things. It's just how he worked his character. That's how originally he thought of the idea. But I loved even when, say, the tavern side. Because he learned that he can't get drunk. But, say, Havelo would get drunk. He would mimic that. He played the father aspect so well. When the emotional stuff came up, he actually got really emotional as a player with it, and he played with that. He played so well with, like you said, with...
He cussed you out for some of those.
He got so mad when Havela died. He went to flip a table. And then when she came back like a fucking yo-yo, he's like, stop. He was gripping the table at one point, he wanted to flip it at you. But he got so immersed.
He was going to beat him with the table.
I really genuinely, for him being a first-time player with that, loved how he delved in with it. He wasn't even a haunter. How we go with characters and even do D&D, he immersed himself so well into that not only did he play the father aspect that he said he did with the story, he learned how he came up with his own story. Like you said, he was that orc. He, stayed at the tower, and everything else in between that he did with that story was so well. He even went to kill Yarrick because he's like,
he was, in hindsight too, and this is so cheesy to say it, but he was the Dorian to Liam's character, to Orm, in Campaign 3 of Critical Role. That was a big thing that I didn't see. That I did see later on as he developed. Sibinek was the dude. It wasn't that it wasn't the fact that he was playing it as this badass fighter and shit like that. It's what he wanted to do. Is coming to me before the game started, hey, let's do this, let's do that. Because he's trying to define what his character can do, but he couldn't create a background. So coming to me, and I gave him options to pick from, and goes, you choose, dude, not me. And him making those choices was holy shit, you're a good player. That was a big thing that I liked. So that's more. You guys do.
Favorite NPC since you've played with us, because that would be around all this. Or one that stuck out to you the most.
I would say that you keep it within this campaign.
She wasn't prior campaigns, yeah.
I liked the librarian man from was funny.
That's your guy.
I like the king. The king was fun too. But like in terms of, I don't really have a favorite NPC. Because normally, if we have a certain NPC, they turn into a PC relatively quickly.
I don't want to fight. I'm going to join your campaign now.
If I can ask, what did you like about the librarian and the king?
Well, the king, just because he was just fun. He was like, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Let's fucking go. He was.
Are we talking about the king that was being mind controlled?
Yes.
I was being mind controlled.
Yes. But the thing
Whenever
is,
he
like, you could kind of tell in his temperament they didn't have to mind control that part of him. He was very much I'm here for a good time, not for a long time. Let's freaking go. When it came to like the whole drinking thing, I was like, oh, this is fun.
When I came up with him, honestly, I didn't want to create the stereotypical
Tyrant.
Not tyrant, but just
Uptight.
yes. I wanted to bring a character that was jovial, a different aspect of what is often depicted of royalty.
He didn't want the Burgermeister burger.
You don't want a cookie cutter kid.
Yes.
Okay.
So what was my other one? My other one was the old man from the library. So the reason why I liked him is because he was just like, you know what? Screw it. I don't even care. Just go. He's like, you guys have already done so much crap. Just do what you're gonna do, and we're gonna go from there. Like, he's like, my role does not change regardless of what the hell you guys do. Just don't destroy my library, please. And I can respect it. So I was like, the Keeper of Knowledge, who's old as all heck, is literally his sass. I enjoy the sass. I'm a big sass enjoyer. I wish...
You sasshole.
Shush. That's one thing I was like, we don't have a lot of characters with, like, personality. Mm-hmm. Everybody's like, oh... But it's mostly due to their situation. They're in a really crap situation. The librarian was fun for me because he was just like, what I do doesn't change. My manner isn't going to change. I've been dealing with all these freaking wizards. Just do what you're going to do.
He is the king of his own world.
Yes. And then the king was fun because he was like, A, it's time to party. And that was the whole point of the friggin' thing, was to have a party. He might have been being mind controlled, but I mean, like, at that point, she's not really going to care about him wanting to drink. Please don't hurt yourself.
It's Frank.
Favorite character?
Like,
from the ones you've met, the players played. And it's not being biased, it's just you liked the character. It doesn't matter who the player was for it, but you enjoyed that specific character for being that character. From any of the ones you've met, even if it's like the few that Liz had, or if someone had multiple ones, whatever character you really enjoyed.
I really liked Stalebone for Eli.
No caution to the wind, fuck it.
We'll fuck it out.
Just because I'm someone who's... Stalebone for us was a very big comedy character, and I feel like that's something that we needed. Because a lot of us are very serious about in the style that we play with, or it's just the way that our character's set up. They've been through a lot of crap.
I'm gonna open the door.
Sorry, door.
Stalebone was literally just like,
and he was so sorry for the longest time.
There's a thing, I'm just gonna do it. So
You imagine if we traumatized that scenario badly, that would have started Border.
Yeah.
Or Hodor.
Oh my god.
That would have started Hodor.
Yeah, see, so it's one of those things. It's like I enjoy when Eli is enjoying playing his characters because he's definitely Eli just in and of himself is hysterical. So
he's engaged.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Very.
I enjoy Eli's presence. Liz is fun because she brings.
We're talking about characters, not the
players.
players.
The characters.
Just
God,
your favorite character.
Okay, but in terms Stalebone, but like, who's really like, oh yeah, Kenku, let's go with that. Like, just because it's just like but I mean, like, she's also like, hey, I'm just gonna kind of squawk at you. So that's fun. But Moss's character
Oh my god.
Oh.
has been my
That's the
favorite
unhinged character.
so far. Not just because I love Moss dearly, but because it was so out of pocket. It was so off the wall. It was so just, you know what, chaos.
Have some rats.
That I was like,
When she
Yes.
asked me about how, like, I want to be this character, but I gotta run it, you know, I'm just checking with you. Like, she told
The
me
conversation-
she wanted to have
the conversation we had prior
a character
was like, hey,
that want to be made of full-on
Rats.
rats on rats.
And
in
no
a-
one would
in
expect
a
that until the
skin
end.
Suit. I was like, fuck it. Let's see where this rides.
So did she, like, reduce or heighten the bar, or, like, lower the bar for you after, like, Nevera?
it was worse before it got better,
Was
okay?
the bar worse than Nevera?
Oh, it was way worse. Because
there's no stats for this. You know what I mean? There's no swarm of rats that can merge together in a skin suit to make this shit work. It's not like the goddamn, you know, 3 pigs that...
They were
Or
like,
3
Rat
kobolds
King,
in a-
let's
in a
go!
Yeah, it's nothing like, you know, 3 kobolds in a trench coat that can make this shit fucking work. It's virtually fucking impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like in Space Jam, you know, in the older Space Jam when all the monsters got together in the suit for the basketball to fuck somebody's day up. Shit, there's no stat block for it, so you can't make like a race out of that. But knowing that it's like a one thing and she's not gonna go like super OP with it, I was like, fuck it, let's see what the fuck happens.
And the freaking ending of it.
But I was like, I love the glorious chaos of it, and the fact that, honestly,
rat mocktails.
starting from that point is when we sometimes I think that we take our game too seriously, but that's because we're also in a lot of serious situations, and we also play seriously. We're playing to make content, but like one of the best things about the way D&D runs is the fact that it can be so bonkers and off the wall from some of the other campaigns that we've seen played that it's like, oh, this is fun. And that's what I enjoy, having fun with our game, which isn't always something that happens because we get too caught up in either getting to where that we need to go or thinking about how we need to get to where we need to go. I enjoy having the bonkers off the wall stuff, like when Eli comes in with the out of pocket comments, or like when Moss comes in with a rat person. That it's just
Bomb.
fun.
Listen, like, I literally
It's
thought
just
that
fun.
she was gonna go like Master Splinter on people, and then when she said, "I want a series of small rats to make up a big one," I like. But like on the same time too, like now thinking more into it, another PC/NPC that I really liked that I wanted. It wasn't the fact of how I played him. It was the fact of how he was used in it.
Oh my god, fuck.
Yeah, we're your chaos.
Dude, that's still a
Sometimes
deal.
we need a little bit of chaos.
Like Puck, the way you guys used him and somewhat like manipulated him for your advantage at certain points in time was like
Scary.
cool. But like at the same time, when he showed up, it was like, fuck, what I'm going to get. What's okay? Where's Ashton Kutcher? Where's the fucking prank gonna come in?
Yeah.
No, but
Well, the
serious note, is that deal still
Holds.
a thing?
Yeah.
Now, hold on, Frank. Let's be fair. Puck was in 2 different campaigns. He was in yours and mine.
I know.
And we fucked
Down.
so many
Down.
So,
people's days up.
Down.
that brings it to you then, Timber. Favorite NPC from the beginning, like, it could be from the beginning of Curse of Strahd to now. Who is your favorite NPC?
Why? What need?
Oh.
That was you.
What need? Why? What need?
The one time that I can't fucking show up for a game function.
You should be proud. So the NPCs being mentioned are also Mikey.
I know. It was in the book. It didn't tell us.
Wake up in a grave. What need?
Why?
Oh no, that
What
was the
need?
gate.
That was the game.
Gate.
Gate.
Hey,
What need? Why?
Then we're just supposed to do a one shot. Not touch the fucking area.
Gate.
Nope.
Let's all go to the fucking thing.
If that is your favorite NPC.
No, that I had to do that just 'cause, as we were talking about
Also, what's your
chaos.
favorite NPC?
No, that wasn't my favorite NPC. I just had to say that because we were bringing up the chaos. No, my favorite NPC, he had to be probably Blinsky.
It's no fun.
It's no fun if no Blinsky.
I want that trick still.
It was just one of those wholesome characters, like the comic relief, like not even being the funny. Shit, it sucks right now, but let's have some fun with it. That was like the
only toy maker in there that was his
The
own
only
thing.
toy maker I've seen out of all the campaigns we've done is Blinsky. But it was good. One of those characters to break up the monotony of
There's
normal
also toys
dunce.
that he had too.
Yes, those two. You had the doll.
He did.
The doll.
I had a mimicked doll of myself.
Yeah, you had the little doll.
Well, not
following you around.
mimicked, but a.
No, I mean, get it. I absolutely fully get that. Like,
But it was so random in this whole campaign. Hey, we're dealing with werewolves, vampires, or zombies.
just
There's in a random little
You want
town.
some creepy looking toys?
It wasn't a random town. It was just Roby. He was just in it.
I'm just saying, out of all the modules that you've played, we've brought up, we've looked through, name one of them that has a toy maker.
That's very true.
He wasn't an ordinary toy maker either.
I get that, but I'm just saying, in general, it is just so random. Out of every module that at Wizards of the Coast,
It's because you guys didn't meet the other one.
There was another toy maker?
No, you guys didn't meet the dark part of
Omniblinsky.
Blinsky because you guys didn't encounter. You saw it. You didn't encounter it. The that beginning butler in Strahd's castle.
Oh,
That's one of his.
That's his. That's one of his. That's gone. That Strahd wanted personally. That Strahd made alive through the alchemy and the blood of the vampire, and made it its own monster. That toy is a monster up. That's why he walks around with that big ass fucking needle, because that's his weapon.
He's a carrionet. Kind of like what Bones now has.
To a degree, but he's more of a fucker. He's a trickster that will lure you into the nest of vampires and fuck you up. But we never did that. You guys never explored it. That's where he resides. Is up to put you into a nest. He keeps you. His job was to keep you guys away from the heart. If you guys would have went up. If you guys would have found the heart and took care of the heart,
fight would have been as hard.
Strahd's health would have been cut in half. Because the heart gives him an extra 200 hit
But
We did what we could.
yeah, but to be
points. Well,
fair,
there's so much more. That castle was so big to explore.
that castle had what, 15 different maps?
35.
35. Sorry, but Blinsky, he was probably my favorite NPC. Sorry, because it was just it broke up the monotony of normal D&D. Because like you can go to any town, there's someone and that's deals with furs, or someone deals with blacksmith.
To see a toy maker is just off the wall.
And the fact that just the line is no fun if no Blinsky. It haunted me in my sleep because I would say it so much.
You're welcome.
But
And for the price of $5, I can be in your nomination. $5 hairs. Not dollars, doll hairs.
oh my, we're gonna be getting boxes of doll hairs.
Generic
Mellas.
Barbie dolls too. Makes it more fun.
No.
$1 for $5 hairs.
Okay.
Anyway, favorite play
Uh,
character. Just because of how they work. Again, don't worry about the player. It's the character. And, like, what drew you to them?
You know what? I'm gonna say Andy's character.
That's Twizzle.
Yep. Again, and just another chaotic character, but made it fun because they also altered the storyline because of what abilities they had.
Well, the sprinkling of creativity is just something we've never actually did, but was able to be done. But Andy is the one that showed us it's possible.
And the other thing with that being, with Andy's character, none of us have ever played an artificer, or out of all the campaigns, it's been your standard, or you got your rogues, your clerics, druids, paladins, fighters, etc.
Even to be fair on that, nobody's really touched. I want to say bard, but like druid, like in full detail. Nobody's really touched druid or / monk.
I think the only one. Well, no, I did monk, but that was only a one shot.
Yeah, but like to
fair.
be in a campaign for a long time, like our characters now.
Didn't
Nobody
Kirk
really
play the druid? I thought he played the druid.
Tyler did.
Tyler, yes, but he was like more wildfire, but he wasn't druidic.
Yes.
You
Like
know,
wild shape.
druids are right.
He was more dragon.
He didn't really use that to his thing, but again, druids are these nature huggers by default, by stereotype. That's what they are. They're supposed to worship the nature and feed off nature. That is their thing. You don't have to be a tree hugger, but everything happens because Mother Nature entails it to.
Mm-hmm.
You know, buildings can rise and fall. Mother Nature will take over at one point in time. But to use that as ability and not use the, rely on the fire spirit and stuff like that. I mean, don't get me wrong, he played that good, but I mean, a full tilt druid, I don't think anybody's actually played one, nor go into full bard. Like, there's a lot of classes, like I tell you guys too, to go, hey, if you guys haven't played it, try it.
Bless
Even
you.
if they don't last.
Bless you.
Thank you.
We all have our go-to classes. I mean, that's Florida. I mean, how many times have you played a ranger?
This is my first ranger.
That's right, because you did warlock. And
I was a padlock.
right.
But I'd say Tabitha was probably my favorite character, just because brought chaos to that that progressive story. Yeah, that too. We talk about Eli's out of pocket character or sayings. Tabitha had some out of pockets.
Well, I think that's one thing that we need to do to balance ourselves out, is because a lot of times we're playing seriously because that's how we're used to playing. We kind of need that little bit of chaos to take us out of the seriousness of what we're doing to a degree. Yes.
Yeah, that's
what I mean. So we needed that little bit of
We'll figure it
chaos.
out.
As soon as Liz kind of taps into what Liz does best, I think it's going to be slightly worse, slightly better.
And on that, favorite NPC?
Honestly, the Fisherman of Barovia.
We traumatized that poor guy. We traumatized that poor
I
guy.
don't know if I was
Not-
part of
not
that.
just-
that was
just-
before you came along.
Just that, but the fact that he decided every day he would go out and fish, thinking something different would happen and come back with no fish, he was insane. He was
Yeah.
the definition of insanity. And really didn't get that much limelight, but the little limelight he did, the traumatization of him.
Which one? Because there's a couple different ones.
No, it's just that one fisherman.
It'd be really funny if you
No,
guys
which
did
time did we
a
traumatize
fish
him?
for him to catch.
I gotta say, when we fucked with his line, made him actually think he had a catch.
Oh yeah, that was fucked.
See, I would have just thrown a fish in there. There's
Oh,
your
watch
fish.
me, the fish. Just throw the tiniest one in there.
Or to see the fucking metal man just walk out of the fucking
Yeah,
water.
that
after
too.
Trudging with the
Didn't he
coffin.
electrocute the lake one time?
No, he came with a coffin in his hand. He drugged up the coffins and he was like, what the...
What about your favorite character?
That's hard.
And you're also making another DM pick.
It's not the fact that it's the player. I'm thinking of
The character.
the character and how, not even just how well the player played them. It's more of just the character. It's like watching a show or something. Like, I really like that character. Like, it's that. I'm not thinking of anyone pinpointing like, oh, why wasn't my character picked? Kind of favoritism. It's just you really enjoyed that character. Like, truthfully.
I'm gonna have to go with Navara.
Why?
When I brought Yarrick in, she brought warmth to him. She was open with him, and we saw how that relationship developed.
Yeah.
But just overall, she was more of the heartwarming character, even though she was a reborn and a necromancer.
She brought the warmth in the room even though she was cold. I still love the part where, like, Yarrick woke up and thought she was dead. Because she didn't realize what a reborn was. And it's just like, oh, she's dead. Fuck. It's like, what?
Yeah.
I do have one more quick, but it's not just a boop, boop, boop. Anyone can openly popcorn it, because I really want to know. And DMs can also. But how I actually put it was, favorite enemy. One you wish you could either strangle, you were just really annoyed by them, and in quotations I put, meaning the DM played them really well, but still irked you. So either you really want to strangle this enemy, or they just really annoyed you.
Two right now.
I've got one.
I going off of this one,
Whoever
the
wants to.
priest. The father and
Oh, from the church.
yes.
The,
Who had
the
the,
one with the Frankenstein lady?
Saint who had the vampire in the basement?
No, the one with
All the creatures.
the bride to be and all the Mongol folk.
Yep, that.
I just it wasn't even the way you played it. Just I fucking hated that character, and I don't know why. I just nerve grating to me.
Plus you're flipping a table.
That too.
Hold on. I'll do you one. One as well. Oh, the vampire bitch you guys were like, oh, hey, we're going to the church to go protect the priest's bones, and y'all are trying to get the vibe check on me, but let's go take this random bitch with us.
Right.
Listen,
Yep.
listen. You weren't the one that got the vibe first. It was her, and she was sitting on the couch not even playing yet, and she's like, why are you guys trusting her?
I just
That's
like,
but
this
y'all
whole
were being
thing
sus
is
of me.
sus. No, I was like, yo, this chick's sus, and y'all are just telling her everything. What are you doing?
and you
And
know
I
what?
wasn't even playing at that point.
I think Frank did that well, but again, it's just that I forget what his fucking name was. I just
I'm just gonna call him Trevor.
yeah, we'll call him Trevor.
Actually, I
Fuck
think
him.
that's what we ended up calling him.
No, Trevor was just a name we randomly
Fuck
said
Trevor.
when we were in the thing with the Evanexos.
Yep.
I just
Oh, that's right.
Trevor's a dick.
I fucking
Sorry to anyone named
hated that-
Trevor. We don't hate you.
hated that character with such a passion.
Everyone's already gonna know what I'm gonna say, so it's fine.
What do you want to say?
Strahd.
Oh no, he appeared so many times to fuck your guys' day up.
Oh yeah.
But no more so than hers.
I want to give you actual props on Strahd because from everything you were telling about us off camera, he was so fucking cut and dry.
Father Lucian.
Father Lucian. I just Strahd was a bit like they built all this lore up on Strahd and it just came out so cut and dry of a character.
Does
Yeah.
that trigger you guys? Because that's actually Lucy's brother's name too, is Lucian. Like, we know a Lucian. Are you a father?
I'm just gonna have to
I
make
don't
sure I don't
wanna
get
ask.
trigger happy.
So that's my now the big reason why I didn't like Strahd is because he just kept being annoying. Like he just kept showing up, and I was like, "Aren't you supposed to be hanging out in your castle? What are you doing, man? Like,
He's not supposed to. He's supposed to be tracking you guys constantly.
Yeah, but that's like my whole thing is like you.
As soon as you guys get close, he
He
offers
was
deals
so-
to make you go away.
No. See, my whole thing with him is he was so oh, I'm gonna let you do what you're doing. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna show up. Literally not even 2 minutes later and screw everything up that I just said. Like, I'm sorry, what in the bipolar personality is this. My dude, you just said you were gonna wait for us to show up. There was no waiting. You have the patience of a toddler.
Very true.
And then, of course, we kind of built on it after the fact, which makes him a whole other grade of icky, based on, like, what we did with Tatiana and everything else. And now, what we're gonna, kind of, how we're bringing him in this case, I'm like, ew, man, gross. Also, like, be loyal to a lady, or be loyal to your ladies. You already have them, and your man. Like, be cool with your ladies and your man. Chill the hell out. You already know it's gonna end bad. Let her alone.
But it's his one true love.
Think about it.
Those are his side pieces.
Second fiddle, third fiddle, fourth fiddle.
Yeah. Imagine how many of his fiddles ended up hitting the strings on her a little early because they found out she's who she is. And was like, nah, not in this lifetime. You can wait another 20 years. Like, because I was like, focus on, you could have had your whole throuple and just been fine. Instead, you gotta be weird about it, man. Like, ugh. Can you imagine? No. Imagine how many times he found her and she was just a kid.
I'm gonna wake you up.
So, yeah, not a big fan of Strahd. I know Vampire was like a whole thing, but like, Vampire was just doing vampire stuff. He was just like, I don't want to be locked in this box.
Honestly,
I'm just
that
gonna
fight
control
could've
everything. It's whatever.
That
So, like,
fight could have been a whole lot worse, though.
yes. I mean, was Vampire annoying? Yes, but like not to the degree that Strahd was. And I was like, make a decision, please. Ugh. You've been ruling this country. How have you been ruling this estate of things for this long when you can't make a decision longer than 5 minutes?
No, I get it.
What about you, Frank? You said you have two.
Strahd and Puck.
I was like,
Both of them.
fuck, yeah.
Both that to me, myself, when I was a player playing these fights, I wanted to beat totally dog shit out of both.
You got pissed off at me because you jumped in on my campaign when I played Puck, and you're like, you son of a bitch. Because I, as a young DM, I didn't do many things right, but when I played Puck, Frank was like, you asshole.
Yes.
No, definitely by far one of the favorite villains that I ever got a chance to play with, both like between Puck and there. And Puck wasn't even a villain.
He was just chaos.
He was just he was just that agent of chaos that was a arch fae that, you know, hey, if you followed him, hey, more power to him. But his job is just to flat out cause chaos.
Yep.
And I do, like, honestly, like, Strahd, I would want to beat him up. Like, to have him constantly watch you, and that's me making rolls behind the screen to see how much of he is infiltrated to know, or how many people he has gone under that guise as that aristocrat for Barovia who had that mansion. Just to gain information of you guys. Like, if you knew that was him in the beginning in that mansion, you could have laid waste to him early. But it would have been a TPK for you guys.
I was going to say that would have been a TPK right off the
Because
bat.
you guys didn't have any of the items. You guys didn't have the holy symbol of Ravenkind. Or
Didn't have the holy
Blessing,
symbol, didn't have the book, didn't have...
or didn't go to
Sword.
Argynvost and to do that. I mean, all that shit. Like, that could have been a very early ending game.
Mm-hmm.
But to having him appear at all those points in time to fuck with you when you had the upper hand just to put you back down on the table was kind of like there. Like, all that shit from the coffin with Zior and Sevenak and fucking with you guys and trying to drain your bloods or trying to convert you guys. Like, all that shit, him just appearing just to know that you guys are getting closer and closer to figuring him out, to defeating him. He needs to insert yourself and go, hey, no, I'm fucking Dracula, bitch. No. I will lay waste to your ass. And that's what I was trying to do the whole time. That's why it wasn't even a role. It was more story-based to do it. It was to show his might. Even, you know, Carmine was doing all this stuff to talk him down. To have her turn around and him just reach to her chest and pull out her heart. Just to crush it, or at the dinner party just to snap one of y'all's necks. Just because to insert himself as power. Like, that was, like, I wanted just to come across the table, play the player, and just beat the shit out of him. I was waiting for, you know, I wanted one of the butlers to come on and go start stuff.
I'm scared the children.
Fucking enough. I'm waiting for Sebastian to come running through the fucking door and go, oh no.
Sir, you're going to put the bodies on the daisies again.
Between those two and how much I pissed you off every time Puck showed up or every time Strahd showed up and knowing how much it irritated you, oh yeah.
Listen, and I'm pretty sure there's, at the end of the table where I sat, there is dig marks for me digging my hands into the table like,
listen, the Puck thing alone, I love the character play irritation of when they found out that Navarre made a deal.
Mm-hmm.
But did it surprise you that a deal struck?
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't expecting that.
No, I wasn't expecting any of the deals. Just fucking.
Especially because it was a get out of jail free card. It was inadvertent.
And then the whole, hey, get us all out of here, please.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, oh, okay.
Get us out of here, my life.
It's like, I will be your friend forever. Get us out of here.
here, I got a question for you guys. This is what I was sitting here thinking of, because you started talking about different points to the campaign. It made me think of this. What was one of your favorite moments throughout the campaign? And like, if it doesn't have to be like a battle or just like something we did or something that happened and that had nothing to do with the story, but it was just something that
EoY
stuck
in the door. EoY in the door immediately. I
Sorry,
also
door.
immensely enjoy when I get to do cool stuff because I think about how it happens in my head and I'm like, can I explain how I think this happens?
Are we talking like just something that had no part of the story, but just a moment of it that was just
Either or.
What the fuck moment?
Either it was part of the storyline or it was it had nothing to do with it. Oh,
Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep.
Sanctuary! I'm fucked up!
That right there was
R.I.P.
a what
Tony
the
Evans.
fuck moment. Because you
Look at
needed to
Brittany's
get the
face.
necklace off of the kid. You failed everything else to try to steal it off the kid.
So he was knocking bash his brains in.
To have Zero just jump on the bitch knowing that he got out. Knowing that he fucked up the first time.
He brought out the murder mittens.
And literally punched the dog shit out of his face to say, just go to sleep. And then when he brought him to an inch of death going, shit, he survived. Fuck! And runs. Forgets about the necklace, goes, fuck, and run.
Hold on. You brought that up. When we brought up Isaac, the only thing I can think of is Navarra and, what the fuck was her name? And Porkchop's other character, or the cleric. Noella. Noella are sitting there in the Burgermeister's house, and they've got Isaac running all over the damn house, getting tea and shit. And he hears slightly some of that, but you guys rolls were good enough to keep him there. Mm-hmm. As Viking, or is running.
That would have turned into a fight.
No, could you imagine if
That
he was
was-
actually on patrol and coming around the corner as soon as the body's in the ground and you just see a cat running away?
He missed his step, remember?
Yeah, but if he would have seen it before he full on darted, that would have been bad.
I mean,
I got another one.
you're talking about the most, like, what the fuck moment. That's it. To me, that's
I got another
It
one.
wasn't trying to burn down the fucking window with the kids in it.
No,
The baby powder factory.
no, it wasn't because
Is this made from real or artificial babies?
I mean, yeah, going what like WTF moment, like, yeah, that hit the line of fuck up, but so much more could have happened to that. You know what I mean? Like, the carriage was there. You guys could have went and left and went straight to Strahd and been a total fucking TPK right then and there too. And that was at the start of the goddamn game.
Yeah. No.
Okay. So I got another one.
Oh no.
What I got fed.
I was gonna say the same.
The freaking cannibalistic dog child. I was
Hey,
like,
what's
this
liver
is
good
not
for?
what I would trust
It
my
wasn't
host
ribs.
to
It wasn't
you
ribs. It
for.
was the liver.
Yep.
Oh, this is not what I entrusted you, my body, with.
I mean, I needed spill components, and
Hold on.
those were fresh.
Hold on, let's not forget Scoop's
It was good for
bag of
science.
Build-A-Goblin.
Uh-huh.
That was a good one.
No. I mean, not the most what the fuck moment, but whenever I tried to help this one, when he downed too many potions, I was just like, I'm gonna like reach my baby arm down your throat to make you puke, and he threw up on me. And I just slid in the tavern.
I'm sorry. I just kind of threw Zior together, but literally that cat gave no fucks.
I had hairballs, I had a mouse crawling in my hair, and it's just like, bleh.
That cat gave no fucks.
I looked like a gelatinous cube, landed on me, and crawled away saying bye.
that was pretty good.
What's what the fuck moment for you then?
Odele Zior.
I,
What's in your cat yet?
Yarek's great moment of ripping the wing off the dragon.
Yeah,
The
that
what the fuck moment is that?
No, because I didn't ask for the what the fuck moment. I said like a moment that stood out to you.
Right.
So that makes
I know it's my own character, but the reason why it stands out for me is because he did not see it coming. And that's what I loved about it the most. You're doing what?
We just intentionally lower the bar for Frank every so often. Just to see if
lower
we
the
can
bar
go
or
any
raise the bar
further.
because
No, because then I have to make an impossible fucking recompense for it to happen. You know, Edge, you're flying. It's a dragon. You rip his wing off. The bridge is very tiny.
You are dead.
You die, and then the whole thing of John, after the fact at work, was kind of like, hey, he might not die. I go, what the fuck you mean? And then the alternate rule for fall, the maximum you could take, is literally after work, after it closed, we stood and rolled that dice, and he survived by only like 5 minutes.
He'd just be up there stuck in the ground like, it's so weird. And we wouldn't see shit. Like, oh, he's dead.
Like that was the ultimate. Like he fought for Zior to come like back,
No, Yarek.
or Yerrick.
that was
to do
Yerrick at that
after.
point.
Like he was trying. He wanted him to come back. He's like, I don't want to play. I don't want to play another character. I don't
For
wanna
the
play
sake of my unborn child
Insert
that I
sad.
didn't know existed yet.
And to play and to have that like happen. Like
Bless you.
Thank you.
No, see, that, I still enjoyed that part being the fact of, he just wanted pretty much a cuddle buddy. And then you were just like, hey, did you guys do it? I'm just like, yes. And
Okay.
then you did it again, and you're like, is she pregnant?
I want to flip this side.
Yes.
Oh, I almost forgot about one. Amari walking out and just seeing naked Yurik. Because the door wasn't shut, and Amari walks up. What does she see?
How, I
Bare ass.
want to flip this. Okay. I want to flip this. You're talking about like the most like biggest moment that stuck out. I want to hit the what was the most depressing moment? Like moment. The most depressing or saddening moment that you felt sorry for the NPC or for the player character that was there.
When all hell all
Noel
that
was
loose.
farewell.
Yeah, I was gonna say that
Oh,
too.
shit. I'll do one different one. The Fallout all after the attack on Barovia.
Oh yeah,
Betrayed.
we were all when we were all rolling to find out who was still alive, or when you were rolling to find out who was still alive. I didn't really know anybody at that point, but you were just like, oh hey, this person's living. And I'm like, I don't know who that is. I wasn't here for that part.
That one to me sticks out the most because the town got flattened. Pretty much got flattened. And there was a lot of shit we had to do to save a few people.
I would say, to me, because I'm not much of a crier, even if I wanted to. But whenever, because I was listening to all different sad songs while I was writing the notes. But when Nevera got, and then later on the notes are found, and especially because, again, I will salute the dude for how well he played his character and how much you've seen him almost wanting to cry again. Like, when the notes were read and she was talking to her father, like her surrogate father, and the notes that were read, and he had to see her go. Like, there was nothing left. And then all you saw was knowledge, and it was her, but it wasn't her. Like, I think, because you play the sad stuff really friggin' well, but it's enough to you almost cry. Like you did the last session.
In the last campaign.
Dude, you broke yourself on it how many times? Even before it ended.
Oh, in the end, I was in tears. I didn't like that.
And that was bad. Hopefully, a good ending. I'm pretty certain, even if the good ending happens, you're gonna bawl your eyes out because that book has finally come to a close. Even without Spelljammer, that part of the book is done. So,
That's.
What about you?
Well, that's because Noella's pretty much the Lich moment when we had to leave her behind on purpose. For me, like, that really sucked, especially because at that point, if I had the abilities or knew how to play my character maybe a little bit better, we probably could have tackled the Lich at least a little bit better. To know that she could have been saved and not be able to do anything is one thing that still kind of tugs at Amari in general, and it's one of the reasons why I get kind of super protective of Shy now, is because, and kind of, the thing with Stalebone also kind of screws me off of that, is like, I was like, if I had been like maybe a step ahead or something better, like if we had planned differently, it wouldn't be dead. It wouldn't be on the wall. So it's like, it's something that sucks because you're like, okay, if I had done this, or if I had known that I could do this in this manner, at the time, I probably could have made it so that person didn't die. But we kind of got to live with the choices that were already made. It's done. It's over with. But like at the same time, like if I was, yeah, essentially that's what it was. And then she was undead after that, and it was just a weird thing.
Oh, to see them back as the.
see the bad thing
Definitely.
is.
No, that was my character.
No, like Noella was just like a weird undead thing.
Right.
Yeah, I thought, but yeah, it just overall it just kind of sucked.
That was in the castle. You saw the Sappers in the.
At the
Wizard of Wine, yes.
Yep.
But you didn't see Noella's till the castle.
One thing you explained to me about how the teleportation circle works and how many people went on there. If Noella didn't do what Noella did, everybody was going to run to the circle, and no one that doesn't understand teleportation circle, it's like, oh, we can fit here, because we have. But with it being where it was, how it was actually going to play off, unfortunately, which would have ended even worse, was the plan I had, because I wanted to stick to how it actually played, and I guess the story would have come up with it too. The circle would have closed with her on the outside of it, because of how many people were actually supposed to be on a teleportation circle and how many players we have. She would have had them all in there, about to finish it, and step out and close the circle, and they would have fucked off. But she kind of tossed her in there, and there it went.
Garrick.
Yeah, she tossed me. She tossed Noella. Words. Nevera, not Noella. To Eric, and then yeah.
Well, I know we hit questions. There's one thing though. We all ask questions. You didn't ask one. Do you want to ask one?
Can I go pee now?
Yes, sure.
That is his question.
No, I mean I'm like that. It's all of it was like there's a lot of shit going on.
Oh, we could spend the whole night talking about what's
I mean,
happened so far.
between Curse of Strut up to now, like there is so many shit that there are sometimes I felt sorry for, you know, the NPCs. You know, the whole thing with the First World. We obliterated a whole town, a whole city.
We sounded the cataclysm.
The first city we obliterated.
Mm-hmm.
And that was because we
And
did not.
it was bad. It was bad because you wanted to save it because you know the walls,
damn music.
the walls were people. It was kind of like, you know, if we would have got our hands on the Evanexes to change or to rewind or to recheck reality, we could have saved a whole bunch of people.
Not only that,
Like I honestly felt sorry for the whole fucking town because just that way.
well, not only that, Frank. We also didn't give a specific time. I think if we had we done that, that might have changed the outcome. That because we didn't. We told them where to go, but we didn't say when to go.
I know, but like I think like just in general, like depressing wise, to have a whole city that's part of a wall. You know, like it felt bad when Sat had to silence a wall in the town because there was a screaming. You know, that hurt to do because those were people. But the fact that they were in pain, there was nothing you could do but silence the wall. You know, that hurt. Like that was a fucked up moment. And it was depressing because there was nothing you could do to stop it.
But the good thing we got Jonathan out of some of it.
Well, yeah, but like, what else could we? You know, we could have done so much shit differently.
Oh, yeah.
That could have, you know, could we have saved it? You know, was that an option?
And is that something that actually haunts some of the characters?
Very well could have been if you had done the right choices. Like not destroying 6 city blocks.
It's the
That-
damn cats.
I didn't do it on purpose.
Does that mean he's a serial killer?
I didn't.
No,
do it.
I mean, technically you all are.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, technically that wasn't my fault.
Oh
to
no,
destroy
genocide!
It wasn't my fault. It was the fact that those damn fucking cats.
Cats. Blaming it on the cats.
I am blaming
That was only a murder murder
That was a.
once.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, Zach felt bad after that shit. That's why he was on a pissed off rage, like trying to just do good and do what was right. Like that was like one of the turning points for him too. Was, you know, not leveling all that, but it wasn't his like choice. It was just a spell that went too well. It was one of those things, you know. I didn't ask how many was in the room. I said I cast Fireball.
I didn't ask how big the room was. I said I cast Fireball.
Right, like that was one of those things that like there was like between those two moments, like that's what changed Sat to that was one of those turning points with that meter that I kept that turned him good or bad because he was doing those things, and it was honestly depressing because I didn't want to do it. It was one of those things like where like you had no choice, you know.
I guess that will be my question. How fucked did you guys feel after knowing you destroyed that entire city?
What the one with the Evanexes or the
There was a pit
It's
in
just
the bottom of
another
my stomach.
chalk line of like in the gel cell of her brain.
No, like honestly, after the the whole righteous moment of Sat and, just barreling through the sky and doing that shit, like, costing him his life, that was his recompense for doing it. Like, he knew, like, I knew myself that something bad, like this was going to be cataclysmic. I didn't know the extent of it, or how bad it was going to go. But at that point, like, the whole rule of cool, like, hey, I'm going to go through there, I'm going to catapult with the sword, and I'm going to do so much damage to this fucking, big boss, that it didn't dawn on me till I laid impact to go, oh shit, I could level tons of these fucking people that were here to help us. That we had these mages turn to correct the problem and to lay waste to that. To totally disregard all those good things. To have those mages help us take back over the Nexus and shut it down. The lore keeper was helping us out so much on he could fix it, he could turn it around, and we totally threw that out the window. I threw it out the window because I wanted it devastated. I focused so much on that boss that I didn't think about all those lives of power that I should have kept going and saved.
With mine in particular, especially with the background that she has, especially being like one of the Knights of the Temple that everybody goes to, she's seen what happens when mass, essentially genocide has happened, when cataclysmic actions have been taken and people are in the Citadel because they have nowhere else to go, or they've ended up there on accident because of something that's happened. She's kind of used to that happening, and unfortunately there wasn't really much at that point we could really do. So she feels bad about it, but it's something that she kind of accepts, especially when it was explained to us that it was kind of also a fixed moment in time. There was no going back for them to the degree based on storyline.
I mean,
It was they were so far separated that there wasn't really much option.
I'm not asking about as characters. I'm asking as you as the players. How did that make you feel?
To me, I had a pit in my stomach because I was like, shit.
I mean, with that too, because of that action that I took, the next town with, the big citadel, that's why I switched gears and guard and warded and did, tiny hut, tiny hut, tiny hut, tiny hut, tiny hut. Because I wanted to protect all those people when I laid waste to the others. Like, I felt legitimately bad that that's what I did in the next world. I wanted to save as many people as I could. That's why I took that charge. Because, I knew because, I threw that shit out to you guys. Mm-hmm. To have it come back on me when I did it to you guys for, the last campaign. You had a lot of consequences with your actions, even with Strahd. Even in that little section, you guys had so many things that you had time limits to do because Winter Splinter was coming, and you guys didn't want to go there. You guys wanted to go to the Abbey. You guys didn't touch Winter Splinter to the very end. That's because you guys couldn't go there because he was already gone. Because he was already coming to the fucking Barovia. Because you guys did everything else but take care of that motherfucker.
Yeah, I didn't get to take care of him until later.
So, with that and with the Abernexus and fucking that up and knowing, I laid all those consequences to you guys and, had to make those rolls. Who survived that? I was kind of okay, I understand because that was the consequences you guys got. But to have that turn around on me was holy shit.
Now I know how you feel.
Yeah, now I know, when I go with you guys, how mentally it dwells on you guys if you guys are so engaged in your characters.
If it isn't the consequences of my own actions.
I mean, that's why that next world I did everything I could to possibly protect. I threw out Arcane Gate to help those villagers get to that cathedral as fast as humanly possible, and then guard and warded it and fucking tiny hutted it to try to save it from collapsing.
Flying through town, that was fun.
Literally, that was my thing. That was my penance.
You know the bad thing is?
I can't hold
We're still below all of that right now. We're still below all that right now.
No, we're not.
Yeah, we are. Well, no, not anymore. But
Because of the.
I mean, technically, yes, but
It's not like I don't think we're gonna be able to go back up. I think usually once the thing's done, you kind of get flipped back.
yes. So we won't see the actions or the consequences of what we might have done. We might have just collapsed the entire thing.
And it's not like anyone's gonna tell us.
no.
We're not gonna see a newspaper just fly through the air and be like, "Chapel was saved," or the
Not-
whole
not-
town just collapsed.
Not unless the
He won't remember.
Naga sends some kind of weird. Hey, there's a lot of people down here now.
Not only that, the only way to bring that back into circle would be the golden wall.
Yep.
Because we want to put another golden vault little one shot in before we hit the last world.
So we would be able to go
Spoiler.
past it from the train and see if it survived or if there's just
We're not doing the train again. We're
Nope.
doing a different one.
Nope, and I'm gonna fuck with you guys
Because
pretty bad.
the last one is the key for the last book. And that will be the last book going into
Yeah, because we saw the dome
going
in the
into
second book.
Exadra. Well, you won't be able. I mean, that's only until you open it. But you have to complete the end of this book before that one. And I know that one. I know how I'm going to set up that one for the invading part.
Believe me, I've already got ideas for how I'm getting ready to play this. For those of you that played a Golden Vault or looking into the keys of the Golden Vault, look into them. Fun little one shots, run individually.
It's called Shadow and Fire, or Fire and Shadow.
Fire and Shadow.
Well, if I may.
No, Fire and Darkness. Sorry.
We're waiting on him. Let me ask one more question. I can type this stuff.
Well, did he grab all of his shit?
No.
No, he's.
Oh, his jacket's still over there too.
My last question.
Oh,
I
there,
have
so
is-
now-
Speak to them.
I don't know how much time you have.
I'm about to have to go. I gotta change it.
No, we can do that. Yeah, that's fine. We can say I can save it at the next turn change.
What would be?
It was just, is there anything you wish your character could take back for decisions they made, which, I mean, you kind of already discussed one of them, or something they didn't make? Something you wish you could change either that you did or that you didn't do and wish you could have?
Well, that's last question.
I kind of
that's
I
last
kind of
Since
already explained
you're
that.
needing to leave soon, how will we go with you first, Viking?
Well, at least give him the camera shot.
Yeah.
So it's, is there anything you wish your character could do? It could be Yarick, or it could be Balberix, or even Zor. Is there anything you wish a character could take back for the decisions they made, or that they didn't make, and you wish you could have made?
Ooh,
It
that's
could be
tough.
both, or it could be one or the other, whatever you choose.
That is a tough one.
That is a tough one.
It could
Because
be any of the characters.
I've got 3 instances already.
Actually, not Balberix, because Balberix is an unknown one for this. So let's go with Zor or Yarick. Minus the go to sleep.
no, that one needs to stay.
I'm going to have to get in the mindset of Eric. After him kindling love with Navera, how much turmoil he put her through. Because he's technically died 3 times.
Yeah, I had to put the puppy down. What do you think he's up for?
I think that could have been done better, and I kind of regret doing that. Because watching you as the player with your character, you could see the strain that it was putting on Nefera.
Mm. I do try to immerse myself in how my characters would react. So as us being haunt actors, we do delve into a character.
Yeah.
So we put our emotions behind it, voices or whatever. So that's how we are.
That's why I think with retiring him from the campaign, him saying, I'm fucking done.
Oh, then now you're hunting for Lucian. No, it was
Not enough
Barbar's.
Eric's.
Yeah, he's retiring now.
So with that, how would you have made it better?
It's kind of that fine line because every time he's died, it was for a good reason. I mean, stop the fucking dragon. Dead in its tracks.
You didn't think of cause and effect, break the wing off, gonna fall. You just
So
thought
what?
of
So
hold the
the
line.
changes would have been not to have been so reckless.
In a sense, yes. To think more thoroughly through the actions beforehand instead of fucking dump the clutch and send it.
Sometimes it's okay.
But at the same time, like with the fine line, had he not done it to the dragon, how many of the characters would have died in that instance on the bridge? One for the many for the sake, or one
A few for the
for
many.
the many.
What about you? Any of the characters you've played that we've seen? Or you could just... we can even just go more into
On that note,
Okay, so with Carmine, I think I gave up on her a little early. But also at the same time, there was a lot of trial and error there, and you could tell her did not know what to do with that. He's like, I
Listen,
need the
that's
support.
That's stolen. Not do justice.
That stool's not helpful for the stool.
No. So, I think that if I had known now, or if I had known then more about how to play Carmine, I might have kept her around a little bit longer. But also, she was kind of screwed at that point, so it was probably just better to
Wipe your hands.
I'll ask you,
send it.
if she didn't blah 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 nervous talk here because I'm nervous, would he still have punched her heart out?
Probably.
Or straw.
Yeah.
Me asking this to the DM because I was wondering, because you even said she was a nervous habit that she would just.
She started to panic so bad that she couldn't control what was coming out of her mouth anymore.
It wouldn't. No. If she didn't
Run her mouth.
If she didn't run her mouth, probably would not end in death. It would end up in a fucked up manner, but she wouldn't have died.
Well, that's debatable. My movement speed was 0 at the time with the exhaustion.
You sent
levels
you
that I
back on
had.
the horse though.
I guess so. We could have put me on the horse.
Because you still got sent back on the horse. You were just dead.
Yeah.
You would just look.
I think if it wasn't, it was a less hostile conversation. Probably would have ended up better, and Carmine probably would have been alive.
I was just always curious about that. So I figured I'd ask.
So that's the
Yeah,
main
when you brought it up, I was like,
one. But I mean, also that's kind of the same thing. I really wish I could have played my main character that I first created more.
Nice.
Because I put a lot of thought into that character. I was like, okay, I'm planning on keeping this one around for a while, so I want to make it something that I really wanted to do. And I was like, I want to be a dragon. This is gonna be dope. I want to be a dragon so bad. And then I was like, it's even this kind of dragon, and this I based it off of this really beautiful rainbow-colored snake, and I was like, yes, this is what I'm gonna do. And then Frank was like, nuke. With the one shot successfully. That's one of the reasons why I don't like Puck, is because Puck was like, and I was like, dang it, I really like this character, I'm mad.
Is there something you wish you could either take back, or is there something you wish you could have done?
The big thing is the preventable deaths. If I had grabbed Stalebone or been able to grab Stalebone, if I had been able to grab or do whatever it was with the Knight, I thought his death was kind of needless as well. But you know, mind control. So, and then Noella, like at the same time, there was only so much that we could do at that point in time. In terms of regrets, that's pretty much the preventable deaths. Everything else has been kind of. There hasn't really been anything that I've been like, oh, I really want to do that, or hey, oh, I really wanted to interact with this character more. I was like, eh. It's mostly just been the preventable death, because whenever I try to play, I try to think like my character. That's why earlier when I was explaining it, I was like, okay, this is how she sees it. Is because when I'm playing, generally I try to be more synonymous. So when I make a decision, I'm trying to make it from the decision, not as myself, but as my character. So whenever I do stuff like that, I'm like, okay, well, this death could have been prevented, and this death could have been prevented, and this, because that's like one of the biggest things as a ruler of a country is you're like, okay, I could have done this to prevent these deaths. Why didn't I do it? Or if I had been a little bit more capable or figured this stuff out sooner, these people wouldn't have had to die. Like, it's very much the weight of responsibility. Obviously, we've always heard the with great power comes great responsibility.
That could have been a big key player too in your progression to Oathbreaker too.
Yes. So that's one of the things. Well, I was already at Oathbreaker in that instance.
Yeah.
So
I mean, honestly, trying to reclaim your oath of devotion to be, you were devoted to life, and you saw all those times to where you couldn't change that.
Mm-hmm. So it was just kind of one of those things where I was like, there's a lot of death that could have been prevented, but at the same time, we're moving along. So, especially with the way that Amari's been kind of set up, it's very much a think logically, not a think emotionally. So when it comes to, okay, this has happened to this character, we need to now pivot to be able to do this thing. Because I can't account for that person anymore. Especially when it comes to like how I've had her thought process set up. It's like, okay, what can we do to prevent other people from not dying, other things to not happen? Like, what's going to be the best course of action at this point? Is it going to be better for me to keep going, or is it going to be better for me to go back? So it's one of those things where I regret not making better decisions with my character, but like at the same time, I'm working with what I got. So it's going to be, okay, compartmentalize that, we're going to deal with that later, and we're going to keep on trucking. Which is, it also kind of goes hand in hand with her tolerance or intolerance for the way other people think, about why they're not more tolerant toward other people, is because you're like, okay, well, as a fellow being in this plane of existence, how can you not think or feel, like, how can you not empathize with what this other person is going through? Which kind of goes, because when she's in battle mode, it's very much compartmentalize it, deal with it later, move on. But as a character in and of herself, she's very, okay, this is an issue, we have to deal with the issue, and I need to be sensitive to this person because of this issue. So it's one of those things that's kind of, the duality sometimes doesn't always come through the way that I want to, especially when it comes to like being the paladin. And my staff was like, oh, you're not a traditional paladin, and I was like, well, I kind of can't be. Where I come from, I have to be like receptive of all people from all situations, from all walks of life. So I can't just be like, oh, you don't like my god, cool, you don't belong here, that kind of thing. Like, she can't afford to be racist. She can't afford to be like, she can't afford to be discriminatory in any manner
Towards someone else's religion or anything.
Well, just in how they think.
That went away for the paladins in 5th edition. See, that was determined because I looked. when you started playing that differently, it was kind of like it was when I started questioning the power
Mhm.
and figuring out what it was. So for 5th edition, you don't have to have a god. You can be godless.
Mhm.
And
It's
just do
the
good.
oath. It's the oath that's what's holding your power.
Yeah. Which
It's
is
no longer a god that holds your power in you.
which is very much where we started out at whenever she cannonballed in, because I didn't start really, like, I was aware of the Dawn Father, but like I wasn't sold specifically on that god until we went to Barovia, when I was like, okay, this god is going to be the best choice. This person is trying to do the best good for this
Well,
place.
it wasn't just like the Dawn Father helping out.
Mhm.
It was, the Holy Symbol of Ravenkind was the symbol of the Dawn Father.
Yeah.
The Strahd's brother was a paladin of the Dawn Father.
It was kind of an amalgamation, and then also now with what we've created character-wise for her, kind of like a homecoming for her. So the Dawn Father now makes so much sense for her specifically. But, like, beforehand, she didn't really have a specific one, because everybody's got a whole different thing to every person she's interacting with. So that's why when Grievous was like, oh, hey, I follow this person for this reason, like, I'm like, okay, well, there are loads of different ways to go about what you're trying to do. And so it was like, that's one thing that I like about the character, but also sometimes it doesn't always make sense or come through the way that I want to. I've gone on a long tangent here, I'm sorry.
What? I want to build off that. What do you think what would happen if you failed against it? Against changing Grievous, knowing that the consequences would have been very dire.
Yes.
He would have been her deity.
Yes.
Yeah, but then that would spark like the whole blood that's in her.
Yes.
It would have spiked the whole, like her whole mentality would change.
I think honestly it would have
Like if you were you gonna play her differently if you would have failed her?
well, yeah, I was going to tap in much into her darker side, because we don't ever see that, because that's not who Amari is right now. Like, Amari is very much like, Strahd was like, oh, daughter, come here, and she's like, no, you can go fuck yourself, because I want no part of anything you have going on.
Right.
But it would have been more of like probably, I want to say, leaning more into like her darker side, because obviously probably a bloodlust would have shown up, so that's going to cause problems. She's going to probably start getting flashes of something.
Could we still see? Like, is that something that still could be seen?
Yes, potentially. It depends on how we're going to continue to go about this, because honestly, there could reach a point. Honestly, with her dying, we could honestly introduce parts of that, especially because we're about to go into like this whole memory thing. Maybe instead of her memory, it's Tatiana's maybe that we see, or Strahd's that we see.
Well, I have a lot in the tank for that one.
Yeah.
For the death realm and the memories and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
I have a lot. That's why I asked that question to you. Do you want to be the Kadars or whatever you're talking about? When I asked the bear that,
Oh, yeah.
if she wanted to be
Sharka.
Or Sharka. Shadarka, yeah, if she wanted to be one. Because that would change the death a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
But that's one thing, like, honestly, we could see more of that come in. She could turn into, like, I want to say kind of like Valverix to a degree with the Arknight kind of thing. She could lean a little more in the balance in between the two, because that's where she was leaning or trying to get Grievous into, was to lean more neutral or in the middle. because the darkness was so far the other way, he's not thinking clearly, he's being controlled by it. So you can kind of see the opposite side of Amari. It's like she's only seeing what good can come of things. She's not seeing that there could also be negative consequences to doing good things to a degree.
So it's like a balance.
Yes. So we could play it with that and also kind of bring in like the bloodlust aspect of her, like the vampire aspect of her also. Because that'll be different. Maybe she gets bat wings. We don't know.
Your angel wings turn into bat wings, or half and half.
Yeah. Well, I've already got 4 now. So I've got angel and then dragon. I got tiny dragon.
The backward is just going along that route itself.
Could you imagine if I got 6? That'd be dope.
It's not what I was wondering about. It's the fact that you yourself are trying to maintain a balance, which is what he's been about.
Yes, but he's doing it the wrong way, at least in terms of Amari's eyes. But she's not necessarily trying to bring herself into balance, it's him that she's trying to push. And because she's trying to push him, he might push her.
But
the same way.
The thinking of it too is you're following along his original thoughts without us conversing.
Yes.
Because you're already following it.
Yes. But, I mean, we also kind of... It could go either way, especially because we've talked about the end game for our characters, where we would like them to be.
Yeah.
And her main end game right now is to protect her realm and defeat Vecna, which is, I think, supposed to be part of our next campaign. So I was trying to figure out how that one's gonna work. But it kind of depends on what happens after the end of this campaign. Like, what if she becomes like Set or Kalan and does like the whole realm hopping thing? And I mean, that would kind of make sense as she goes to different realms to try to take out the last couple pieces of Vecna to, like, Voldemort and the Horcruxes.
Yeah.
Maybe toward the end or something like that, she somehow ends up in the Astral Sea again to get back to where she needs to go, because he's a problem. So I'm trying to figure out how we're gonna get her, or what all could happen to get where we need to go. But it also depends on what happens during the campaign. If she dies, this whole thing goes up in smoke.
I don't think that a normal death would change it. Honestly. But you're falling so close to the lines of Brutus's original idea of what made him bad. He kept the balance. It didn't matter there, because maybe the reason why there was so much more bad stuff in it, because you guys did so much good was strong. That there had to be a balance to go against it.
Yeah, well, also it kind of... I can see it making sense right now, the whole balance thing, because we are following his memories right now. So it could be kind of setting her up to make her own decisions when she's there.
Like, is he just doing this because he has to keep a balance? Is he not actually a big bad guy, but he's I have to be the bad guy because there has to be
We're on
a
the same
balance.
wavelength with this.
And that's what's actually, not gonna lie, because he was talking about the balance, the more and more it got pushed, the more and more it did. Player-wise, it's actually slowly starting to go through Lucy's head.
My whole thing also is she always knows there's a greater evil out there. Like...
Here's a what-if question. You're all saying, how close you guys are following in his footsteps into Gretus and all this stuff. And asking those questions now, did he do this just to maintain balance? That's why you became an Oathbreaker, is because at the end of Oathbreaker, you start your Witchstone. To where you can't die. When all of his party time has tried to kill him.
And now he can't die.
And now he can't die because he can break that cycle now.
And he can forever keep the balance.
Because remember, everybody that he's been friends with has turned on him. And you're going to find, spoiler, sorry, but you're going to find this out in this book.
And I'm gonna be like, okay, the call is coming from inside the house. If everyone has been trying to kill you, maybe, hun, you're the reason. If you are in a toxic circumstance, maybe it's because you're the toxicity. Either correct it or get corrected. Like,
Or he
that's
just got with bad people, or corrupted people.
Okay, what if in his mind, and this is the what if game that we're playing.
Mhm.
What if that he found that this party he's currently in now, the ones that you are going to be currently playing, in his mind, they weren't strong enough to go against it. A being that you guys will face at the end. That him dying the first time trying to save his friends by rushing in and being that holy defender and holy warrior that a paladin is supposed to be, to instantly die right then and there, and then willing himself to reconnect, to regenerate, to get to that point to save his friends, knowing they're dying. There's nothing he can do because he's bleeding the fuck out. That's what sparked the balance to begin with. And then all the stuff that he was doing that led up to that point was him doing good, and it wasn't that he just realized that the balance is what it is. You know, like the Raven Queen, you know, her domain is death is something that is natural and you should take.
Solves it.
Then I am cool with him dying. If it means that everything is permanently tipped to good, it's never gonna be that way.
If everything is permanently good, then it in itself it goes into chaos.
Well, see, the thing is there's always darkness in the world. There's always going to be bad people that do bad things, whether it's greed, it's selfishness, it's murder, it's insanity. There's always going to be bad in the world. But it's the problem of the beings that draw on that power. It's too much. Because, especially because that's one thing that she was trying to stress to Grievous. Hey, once you tip it so far back the other direction, it's going to bend that way, and you're not bending it back. It's not coming back. There is going to be singular good individuals, but it's literally gonna be straight hell on all planes of existence forever. Because that's Grievous's kind of end goal, is to rule over everything. At least based on the knowledge my character knows, and based on what she heard before she got nuked, is what he's trying to do is take over the divine realm and rule over it, to her knowledge. And in her mind, that means killing everything good. Because if he doesn't, it's going to come back, and it's going to come back, and come back. Yeah. So that's going to be, in her mind, he's the epitome of the worst possible thing to happen to anyone. And as someone who has seen the worst possible thing that can happen to entire races of people or to whatever's going on, it's literally that times 100. There isn't anything you can really do at that point besides try to comfort somebody who's going through that. Like, you can't change it. You can't fix it. So, like, if he's not taken care of, what happens? Death, essentially. And then there's nothing to stand in his way. In which case, people are going to either be existing in, like, like the apocalypse happening on Earth. Like, everything, like, crime everywhere. It's not safe to be anyone out because if you try to exist even in the space at all, you're gonna die or
What if
get.
he's just tired of the gods? They've been around for forever, right? All the gods have been around forever, doing their same role over and over again, minus two.
Okay.
The two that went up in their own ascension, if you would call it that, between the Raven Queen and Batman himself. What if he was tired of that? I mean, because he did mention that before. He saw that the gods, it was time for the gods to move aside.
Okay, well then, is he going to then take on powers and patronage of every single one of these gods? Like, what is he expecting
Maybe
to have happen?
maybe he wants to reset or then to follow their own beliefs that they set in stone. Because what if the gods themselves
So he
did
wants
not follow their own rules and laws that they set for their followers? What if he found a flaw? Like, that changes your perspective on him, because you don't see him as a like the big bag antagonist. You see him as the anti-hero.
My whole thing with that is that there are flaws in everyone for everything, and the gods are no exception. She has seen what has happened between.
Why choose to follow the gods if you know that they're flawed?
It's about that acceptance thing that we were talking about.
I mean, the only thing that's not like technically flawed is like like the wild mother. You know what I mean? Is because she is of Mother Nature.
Yeah.
It's Mother Nature. It is that. What if he found that flaw? I mean, that could change the whole aspect of Raya with Bahamut and Tiamat. And how you look towards dragons, knowing that they're more like all dragons, the main father and mother of dragons were flawed to begin with. That maybe it was Bahamut that was evil, not Tiamat. Maybe it was the opposite.
History does love to paint a good female villain.
I mean, there could be there's so much that could pose a big
What if?
Yes.
Yeah, what if, because you guys are just now going into that story, now going into why Grievous is doing what he's doing up to this point. Like, you get to see this past and understand why this is happening. So, or why the first switch into starting to question the gods is happening.
We still got 2 more books after this.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna find more deeper lore into this, but like what if that? Because I didn't write this book yet for Grievous and for the second book and the third book. Like, I didn't full on think about it yet, but now ideas are popping in my head. Like, what if he found a flaw with all the gods that made you question him?
My whole thing is with the way she was raised and how she's interacted with people, just to begin with, she's gonna notice that based on people who follow these gods, they're not following what they've been told. And being as close to the gods and as aware of them as she has been, because I'm assuming that there is going to be extensive knowledge, especially now that she's got the book. You're like, hey, I know for a fact that the followers of this particular god don't follow this particular tenet of that thing, and I can mention the freaking god themselves. It's just a being. It's something that's been given power, but it's just a being. There's always going to be some problem with a being.
But that could change so much. This is Lucy's gun. Lucy worships her gun because it's her dad's.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's a dead.
Okay. And?
It's the same thing as fallen one of the one of the gods.
You know, it strikes true because she aims it, but, you know, is it because of her brought up and what she's been through that that's justice in her eyes? Like, we don't even know what Lucy's justice technically is, because she's been in a world that's been that's with torment and slavery and hiding who you actually are. That could change a whole bunch of shit. That could change Ryu's outlook too. Like, what's Ryu know of justice? He knows of personal vengeance. But does he know what true vengeance actually is? In our mind of knowing Ryu's background and knowing that, you know, Sat had a hand in, or Kalan had a hand in fucking up his
life,
his tribe. He could easily run after him and try to kill him. He's a wizard. I mean, fuck, he's squishy to begin with. He doesn't have a lot of HP. He has more HP. Fucking Denver has more HP than fucking he does. But, like, why? Why did you not strike him?
There was times I thought about it, but I'm like,
Is it worth that smoke?
no, 'cause I knew if I really wanted to, I probably could fuck him up. But you got one spell in that arsenal that I was not.
Oh, and I have Disintegrate at my head?
Yep.
Sometimes we know better.
But that could change it so much, because that's only an attack. As long as he makes that dodge and
he can hit a wall.
Or I roll shitty, it doesn't hit.
But that requires luck and or skill, and we know better.
Well, here's the other thing. Here's now that I got lucky feet, if I really wanted to.
But
But why didn't you the first time around? It couldn't just because.
especially whenever he
No.
told you right then and there.
I think Ryu was still dealing with, and this is probably going to be his biggest regret, was not being able to save Sat during that trial. If you guys remember, the magic missiles were launched. Ryu tried to intercept them.
Yeah.
He only intercepted one. If had it been differently, I think at that point in time, because Ryu was still dealing with Sat, who
drop that bombshell on him.
or
But does that
sorry.
make you? But does that make you think that?
Oh, believe me, there's times
Would that question Ryu to change his ways of what is vengeance? Your whole thing was to
We're getting into a lot of hypotheticals here.
Yeah, I know.
but your real thing though was, you know, as far as character development, what you wanted to see is you want to see Ryu be the champion of a newer order. What did he find flawed to begin with to make it a new order?
I thought by like new order he meant like new order of what he's been taught, just like a recreation of the thing he was
to a
already
degree, yeah,
in.
that's pretty much what it was. But with some of the teachings and learnings that Ryu's picked up along the campaign, because to be fair, we've seen a lot of change. Because Ryu used to fly off the handle pretty easily, and he's
Yeah, I know. I
kind
was
of
sad because
You got to remember too, each dragon you call upon, regardless if it's the same dragon, just different element, you're only doing the basic elements, which is under Tiamat's control. You know, you're not pulling out a bronze or any type of metallic dragon.
I mean, to be fair, I could if I want to, because I did a little more digging into the Drake Wardens. I describe it to how I see.
I know, but that makes the question now, because knowing that going
same dragon to begin with. Pulling out metal ones, I mean, Sat was a follower of Bahamut. Grievous was. You saw what happened. So now that questions both Tiamat and Bahamut. You know, the only true follower of Bahamut was Balverix to a degree, but even then, Grievous is the one who taught him. So now begs a lot of questions. You know, I mean, a lot of hypotheticals, but also it rolls into, like, your outlook on Grievous, on Balverix now, on on you, because how can you question, you know, pulling out, you know, a metallic or there, because is that what mood you're in? If you're feeling righteous, you're going to pull out a metallic. If you're feeling dread, you're going to pull out a chromatic.
That should be very interesting.
Yeah, you know, like that's so much shit. Like, how many times can now Lucy say every time she pulls the trigger, is that going to shoot true? Because her hand stabbed the person who was supposed to be protecting her. So now every time she pulls the trigger, now she has to think that. To where on the opposite end, you have Amari, who's trying to do so good and rectifying it because she sees good, but was Grievous already doing good to begin with? And then there was nothing technically wrong with him that made him do this.
There's a lot wrong with him. He needs therapy. There are always our issues. We don't weaponize our trauma, man.
Seriously, there's so much like what if now.
Yes, but this is a
Because-
lot of what if.
I know, but it all deals with Grievous now. But it doesn't really. It starts to blur the line of a what if. You know, every time that Lucy pulls a trigger, is she pulling this out of fear that Grievous is right behind her, or out of fear that she is trying to eliminate not attacking somebody like Kalana again? Is Amari trying to save Grievous because what she thinks is the good idea, the lawful idea, when it could be the chaotic one? Same thing with you. Every time you pull out a dragon, is that a choice between what is lawful and what is chaotic? That's an open-ended question.
Now, to wrap it up, we have 2 more. Is there something for your question? Is there something you wish you didn't do, or that you wish you did do for Ryu? It could be any instance. Ryu's been around for a while.
Oh, believe me, there's a lot, and I'm sure
What's the big one that sticks out the most that either wish you could have changed that you did and you wish you didn't do it, or wish you that you didn't do and wish you could have?
That's a lot.
Yeah, I know. Oh, one of the main ones still sticks out to me is Noella, because if you guys remember, Ryu was right there at the edge of the circle, and Frank, you even left us to go up to a roll on this. I tried pulling her in, but the dice determined the fate of the game.
Yeah.
And that one just missed it, if I remember correctly. I think I was off by 1 or 2 points.
Something like that.
It was one of those moments you're like, shit. And then the other one that still sticks out that's more recent, kind of going off of what Arian said, is Stalebone in the Night. Because again, and I was right there.
So does that weigh on Ryu? There's a few instances where you could have grabbed someone and they slipped your grasp.
Oh yeah, big time.
And we've already
And
kind of been working that.
You imagine if that was Henshin making those calls?
Shit.
Because he followed Avandra, Changebreaker, knowing that he could change somebody's fate and did not.
Wouldn't that instantly put him in Oathbreaker?
No.
No.
Because Avandra and the Raven Queen both,
They don't go hand in hand in
but
fate.
they're side by side.
Just
Yeah,
because
yeah.
you can change
Okay,
something doesn't mean
think of it this way. The Raven Queen is like the ghost of Christmas past and future. To where Avandra is the ghost of Christmas present. She lays out the road that she thinks is best for you choose that or not is completely open to you. Avandra doesn't care.
You can choose
that
it or not. but
She's
you
laying
can't.
down a path that she thinks is right for you. Whether you think that's the right path or not. Is there? It's not like It's not like they talk to each other about that.
No.
You know what I mean? Avandra's not talking to him and goes, "Hey, it's the path. You're at a crossroad. You're a decision to make." No, it is. Here's the path that I'm laying. Whether you see me laying it or not.
Yeah, they're not just having their morning
But there,
coffee
like,
and are just like, hey,
Ryan
so
doesn't
about this
follow
one.
a particular god that we know. Or do you?
I do, but we don't.
We
really-
never discussed it, right?
We
Like in game, though.
in game, no, we've not discussed it, but you've heard him mention it.
Isn't it the god of the wild hunt or something like that?
God of the Hunt,
Yeah.
Malar.
Yeah, but what if that's it? What if he misses his target? Or what is his hunt?
Does he
So-
have a hunt?
It's changed. Like Strahd was the hunt, and then obviously we know that changed because the hunt was over, or so I now had to go find a new one.
Yeah, but what is the hunt now? You're, finding the way back, finding a way to rebuild.
But here's the thing, and this was kind of, if you noticed, towards the end of last session we had, Ryu kind of was seeing Bahamut that Eric kind of got him thinking. It's like, does he want to keep following God of the Hunt, or do we go to one of the biggest named dragons in history? He's at a bit of a crossroad.
We'll see we'll see.
Or
how
does
that
he
plays
pull
out.
Balverix and just follows two gods? It's
And for the perfect wrap up, we'll go to the DM. Especially because you have Satori and you have Kalon. There's something you regret doing and wish you could have changed it, or something you didn't do and wish you could have.
He didn't want to be a cat.
No, it was between being Kalon or being a purple.
I said you didn't want to be a cat.
son of a. I wasn't expecting that.
Listen, I swear, if you fall somewhere, you need to at least land once, like,
I will fall out of the chair laughing if he doesn't.
I mean, we know you spoke with the thing with Satori. But is that the biggest thing you could think of that you wish you could have changed?
I think for Kalon, I think the biggest regret was shooting down Avandra.
Yeah,
That was kind of a
very
big-
preemptive.
That was a kind of a big middle finger to
To that, because that's what shut down. Like that's what changed Elbone to begin with. Was
Yeah.
doing that, and that I think that could have went 10 times better.
Oh yeah.
But I think
100%.
that was following. I mean, honestly, that was a crossroad for me because I didn't know whether or not I wanted Kalon to follow Grievous or Satori. In that, because with him investigating so much into it is, if you invest so much in it, you start to adapt to their personalities. So did he adapt to one of them? Very possibly, and that's why he said "fuck off" to her. Just like Grievous, when Grievous asked for help that you guys would see, he says "fuck off" to Bahamut.
Deja vu.
Yeah. Follow up though. Do you have a regret as Grievous?
Is there anything that
I do not have an regret. I do not have any regrets.
listen. When that son of a bitch
With-
smiles, you already know it's
Oh,
too
no,
late.
when-
No.
previously
It's
playing
it's not that. Throughout him, and everywhere he's been in all different campaign settings, and from start to finish, no.
Do you wish you would have won?
Honestly, tell you the truth, the last campaign I wanted him to die.
No, I meant in the big battle-y thingy that we just did. Did you actually want him to win, or you were just like, nah?
Either which way I was prepared for.
Okay.
There was no, I wasn't rooting for any side. I wasn't rooting for you to beat him or not. I mean, in hindsight, I want this to be his last. I want to retire this character for good because he's never had the retirement ever.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the biggest thing. I never got a chance to get the closure to close that book fully. Never did.
Now this will be the closure
Because
of the book for life.
every goddamn time I've inserted him into a game to give him that chance of redemption, it's never worked. It is always, let's cut off the fucking head. So the time loop is keep on coming. So at the moment, I do not have regrets for it.
So just like I said earlier, this would be this is hopefully a very good closure to a lot of characters' books.
I want this. I want, if we can close his book, and in reality, restore him back to what he was supposed to be in the beginning, that's the ultimate end goal. Can it get to that? We'll see. Do I have other plans in store? Yes. But do I want the character to actually retire this time? Absolutely, 100%. I want his book closed. Because I've been trying so hard throughout every time I've DM'd, he was always a hidden protagonist in the game.
Mm-hmm.
But because nobody has tried what you're doing, I'm thinking there might be a chance for this.
I'm proud of me.
No, honestly, I legit think there's a chance, but I don't think you could do it alone.
Definitely not.
There's a lot more factors.
We're all key pieces.
Mm-hmm.
You think about it this way too. You know, like I was saying before, you know, there's so many what ifs that happen. You know, every time Lucy pulls that trigger, every time you think what is righteous, every time he pulls out a dragon, that's an aspect of Grievous that you're pulling out because he's laid that cornerstone for you. Whether you've seen it or not, because technically, by default, he is in that paragon status.
Mm-hmm.
He's never made it to a god, but he's close. That is that key to learn that ascension, because it's only him and the Raven Queen. Raven Queen won't give that up. Vecna's the first to do it. The Raven Queen found his scroll, so why not go straight to the source? Bring him here so that he can teach him the full ascension race to become a god of balance.
So think about.
Because he will at the end of him, the main goal, because that was the original aspect of him in the beginning. In the campaign I first played with Grievous, I wanted to be an angel, but that was never a race. The ASMRs never came into existence yet. So
Those are 5e.
4th and 5e, yeah. But like it was never fully into it. That's why, you know, with the Prestige book and shit like that, the closest thing to do that was become a dragon disciple. Was to have the wings, to have the breath weapon and shit like that, which I didn't really care about the breath weapon. It was to have that holy power attached to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I wanted. I wanted him to be the paragon, and that's what he turned into being, was the actual paragon for Bahamut. But what changed in between those two? How that changed was never really determined of how that got there. It was just him always being the paragon and being that demigod status that never really hold a title. But again, every time I inserted him,
Something.
everybody's tried to attack him and not try to do what you're trying to do and trying to see why
Yes.
it's happening.
And to change his mind,
But
show
now
him
he's
there's
so.
a different
But now
path.
ties are so close because you guys all helped Amari in channeling your inner light. So now you all are together in this, with Grievous's either rise or destruction.
See, the downside to this, Lucy never had a shot to even try doing what she did. She was, like, bathed in fear.
I know that.
That's the downside. Trauma!
Yeah, but think of it this way. Why?
She doesn't know. All she knew is she was tortured by people that followed Grievous.
Exactly. Because Grievous wanted you. But for what purpose?
That's what she's afraid of. All she knows is that stuff. She's like, oh, I am either just going to be killed, tortured, or tortured and killed.
You are the chosen one.
I am Harry Potter. Nice to meet you.
What if you all are? What if every character holds that piece?
Oh no, here we go again, and the locks and keys.
Well, then let's fucking go.
But it's not just a lock and key.
I know. Oh,
It's a lock and key to one person.
and I think that's a good cliffhanger for.
Could is that possible? Do all of you hold a piece of Grievous that you don't see yet?
Damn this music.
But we will leave it that way because we are approaching that time. So
We're a little overtime.
we're a little over time actually. But it was just so good of a discussion that we need to have more of these throwing shades that we just don't do. 'Cause we just forget about it. But hey, if you guys do like that, hit that like, subscribe, hit that notification bell. It helps out the algorithm for us to get to that monetization style that we were trying to get to, that we've been trying to get to become all these, to go up there with the greats. We're not trying to be like Critical Role, we're not trying to be like Dimension 20 and all that shit, but we like to have that funding to make cool shit happen.
And cool stuff happened for you guys.
I want to make mini little areas. It'll be so cool.
Honestly, if we get monetized, I would really love to, like I told you before, and we've talked about this off screen, I used to work in the graphics, like with school, so I would love to make t-shirts. I would love to make pins and get resin kits to make custom dice for the viewers like you guys. This way we can raffle them off, or during the Throwing Shades, certain times when people pop in, if we start doing lives with our Throwing Shades, when we get high up enough, we can start
That's something
having
we haven't
things
done in a
go
while.
out to you guys, to the viewers, for your support and following us.
Because we don't have the support of the internet for that.
It would be, that's
Not like we did last time.
my goal.
Soon. That is a topic that we are talking about. So we're trying to see. We're thinking about switching over to Starlink. We're getting Starlink for our area. If we get Starlink, then we're gonna try to get that studio for us, and then we can start doing live shit.
Nice. Oh, that'd be so cool. So I was looking at like miniature dollhouse thingies today at the store, and I would be like, could you imagine a dollhouse dungeon crawl? And I could just open up and you could see all the little monsters in the little rooms. That'd be so
But-
cute. Sorry, I'm a nut. It's fine.
We have a future DM right there.
Yep.
There's gonna be nothing but dollhouses.
No! I got plenty of other ideas too. I would love to do an Alice in Wonderland style campaign.
Alright,
honestly, that's not a bad idea.
It's fine.
It's actually kind of healthy for other people who want to have a shot of being a DM to see what it's like and to do it.
But
But
I think that's a good point to wrap it up for tonight.
Yeah,
So
but I mean, again, that's a lot of us. There's a lot of what ifs that poses for Grievous about who he really is, what his really goals are.
what do you
Yay,
guys-
more questions for Frank!
More importantly, what do you guys, the viewers,
Yeah, what do you
honestly
guys think?
take of Grievous? Knowing
Drop
him
a
now?
comment
Is he
down
truly
below.
good? Is he bad? Is he the balance? You decide. Put comments below and wait till the end game.
Also, drop some questions for us, because we're always looking for questions for when we do these throwing shades. So, if you guys got anything you want to ask,
Yeah, we don't do a lot because we're trying to make up all these questions as we go, and it's kind of hard to do. So, like, if you guys have questions that we didn't even think about yet, drop
that's
it in
I
the
literally went back
comments
through our
and shit
live
like that.
stream in the only live one we did, was picking questions out. I was like, So, if you guys got any questions for us, and if we're able to finally do a live, drop a comment below. Leave your questions. Next time we get to do a throwing shade,
We'll answer it.
Yeah,
we'll throw it out there.
we'll throw it out there, and we'll say that you came up with that question for us. So,
So,
definitely.
for our first one of 2025,
Let's start shit off on the right foot. How about that?
sounds good to me. And I'm looking forward to next week. So,
Mm-hmm.
guys, from us here at the D20 Misfits,
Good
good night.
Happy New Year.